Welcome to Game Thoughts, and welcome to my room. Just moving my little window around here. Okay. Before we get started, I have a few topics here. I took a few notes again. And then we'll probably just kind of go with the flow. This will probably suck. I'm probably going to do a terrible job here, but I wanted to talk about some stuff. I haven't made any videos in over a week because I've been pulled in multiple directions. I've got a bunch of stuff behind the scenes that I'm trying to do. And the first thing I want to mention is I think I'm going to be leaving this platform. I don't like YouTube. YouTube repulses me. I don't use YouTube personally, except for like one or two content creators that basically what I've realized is that they are streaming their content on Twitch and then posting like an archive of it on YouTube afterwards. And I'm like, yeah, that's the stuff I like. I don't like the standard YouTube content that people make. The platform sickens me. When I go there, like it makes my skin crawl. I feel like I'm in a fucking sewer up to my fucking neck. It is fucking repulsive to me. The behavior, the way that content creators act, the way all of their videos look, the way all of their thumbnails look, the way all their text looks, how everything is like clickbait, how everything's trying to grab your attention, how they're trying to monetize every single thing that they're doing. And it's so disingenuous. It's so scummy. And everything is so the same. None of it feels original, unique, or worth my time. It literally fucking repulses me. The only time I really come to this platform is when I go to my own page to upload something or to manage something on my page. And when I log in and I get that immediate like initial feed of videos, I feel so sickened. I'm like, get me the fuck out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. And I get to my channel and I'm like, oh my God. It literally, I'm not even exaggerating. It feels like that. It is so repulsive to me. I'm like, I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to be here. This is not me. This isn't who I am. This isn't my personality. Why am I here? And it's because it's all I really knew. And it was fairly easy and straightforward to get set up there. But now that I've done that and I've gotten over that hurdle, I'm like, okay, I'm ready to move on and go somewhere that makes sense to me. And so I think I'm going to go to Twitch because Twitch is where a lot of the content creators that I enjoy, it's where they originally host their content. And my understanding with Twitch is it's mostly, if not all, live. And then once it's done, once you're done streaming it live, it's gone. And I love that. Yes. I don't want to host every single thing I've ever done and have this fucking archive of everything that I have to fucking manage. I don't want an archive of shit I've done. No, thank you. I want to do something and then it's gone. Like real life. Like real life. All you have in real life is a memory of something that was. That's how it should be. And I've talked about this sort of thing in the past, I think, that when you record something, like with a camera, it diminishes and degrades it to some extent. It curses it. And that same sort of thing happens when you fucking record something and then post it up and host it on a platform like YouTube. You've now like smeared shit on your life, essentially. I love the idea of you do something live and then it's gone. And then if people are interested in what you're doing and they like your content and they want to be part of it, they join in while it's happening in real life. And then after that's done, it's gone, like real life. I love the concept of that. I don't want, like, I'm going to get angry just thinking about it. I hate YouTube so fucking much, dude. I hate it. There are not a lot of things in life that I hate. Sometimes there's things I think I hate, but I really don't. YouTube's one of them I do. It is so fucking repulsive to me. So let's move on from that. And like, because otherwise I'm just going to keep going on about all the things I hate about that fucking platform. So this might be my last video on YouTube is the thing. Because I want to move on to something that makes sense for me. It just doesn't make sense for the content I want to make. And the other thing that I've heard is that in places like Twitch, for example, it's more about having a community. You don't get that on YouTube. Not at all. Not even close. You get, at best, if you're lucky and you get like kind of big, you get followers, you get fans, but not a community. It's disgusting behavior. It's just really gross. But you get like a community on a place like Twitch. Like there's just a couple people, not very many, because I'm not the kind of person that watches a lot of people's content. I like to make my own content. Whether I'm making my own music or I'm making these videos that I do, or I'm just having an experience in private. I don't spend a lot of time watching what other people do or listening to what other people do. The most is probably podcasts. And when I listen to podcasts, it's like while I'm cooking, while I'm cleaning, because otherwise those tasks are like unbearable. So I need something going on. And I'll put on a podcast, and I'll be honest, so many of the podcasts I listen to, I don't even like them anymore. You know, like I've changed over time. And I find that many of these podcasts haven't. And it's like, well, I've changed. I'm not into this the same way I used to be. Or there's things about this that annoy me now. You know, like I know that I have issues with my own content, and I know that I have flaws, and I'm not very good at anything that I do. And one of the things that is important to me is at least trying to have a high level of quality. I want it to at least sound decent. So like I got my fucking pop filter back out because I was having issues with plosives, and I want to be close enough to the mic without plosives going on. And I'm trying that out. But it covers like half the fucking screen. It's like, you can't even see me, which is a good thing. I'm kind of sick of the camera thing is another one. It's like this, what do you call it? It's like an interference. Like if you're watching somebody playing a game and then you've got a video of that person also overlaid on the game, oftentimes you're like looking away from the game and you're looking at them. You're like critiquing them. You're paying attention to things about them. You're not even paying attention to the game anymore. You're distracted now. You're not engaged with the thing that they're trying to share with you. And it gets in the way. You know, it's like, well, where do I put this video? It's going to cover the items screen. It's going to cover the health bar. It's going to cover the map or the quest objectives. It's like anywhere I put it, it's in the fucking way of what's going on in the game. And then it's a distraction. And then you're constantly worrying about it. And it's this other fucking problem you got to fucking worry about the whole fucking time. There's plenty of videos I've watched in the past where somebody's playing a game and they're talking, and that's it. There's no video of them overlaid on the screen. And part of that's probably because they look like shit. Like a lot of people, I get myself included, but a lot of people look like they just rolled out of fucking bed or something, you know? They got like a dirty, stained, oversized, faded t-shirt on. Their hair's all greasy as fuck. You know, they got zits and shit all over their face. They don't want to be seen. They don't want you to see them. And I don't want to see you either. Like, this is probably part of it. You can tell sometimes when you see, and it's like, okay, this, like, a lot of times it's, not always, but a lot of times it's women will have so much fucking makeup on. It's like, it's not normal. Like, you're trying to look a certain way for probably most, like, for, you're catering to men. You want men to subscribe and send you money is what you're trying to do. Because they look like they're made up to go to like a fucking brothel. It's what it fucking looks like, dude. And it's like why are you wearing a bathing suit top? and have like a fucking pound of makeup on to play this game in the privacy of your home. The fuck is that? It's obvious why. And usually guys aren't doing that. Usually guys aren't doing that, you know? Usually the camera isn't like on their crotch with like some big bulge. Maybe if they did that, they'd get a bunch of subscribers. If there was like this big like banana bulge on the camera the whole time, would that be, could you do that and get away with it? Probably. I remember hearing that Twitch was the kind of platform where it was like, you can generally say just about anything as long as it's not, you know, like extremely offensive or some kind of hate speech, but you can generally say what you want. Foul language is generally acceptable, and have, you know, have your content on there. However, they're very strict about anything that's like sexual in nature of any kind. And when I went there to create, because I created an account there recently, half the videos that were coming up on is like, you check this out, was women with like bathing suits on, like straight up just a fucking bathing suit. They were almost naked. And it's like, what am I even looking at? Why is that the thumb? Like, why is that the whole fucking gimmick here? That's all you got? I guess, and like enjoy it while it lasts, because it probably won't. I was kind of like, what the fuck is this? Are you kidding me? It was kind of disappointing, I'll be honest. But I guess they've loosened up their guidelines and their rules, if that's suddenly okay, because it was just like video after video after video of nearly naked women. Was like, if it was like a guy, he was like streaming, doing something, playing guitar, playing a game, whatever. But all of the women, female videos were all like almost naked. Every single fucking one of them, dude. It was like this stark contrast between the two. It was kind of fucking stupid. I even saw one girl that I didn't click on it or anything. I just saw it and was like, are you kidding me? It was like, watch me sleep. It was the camera facing her sleeping in bed. That was the whole fucking video. It's like, who's going to sit there and watch that? Like 8 hours of someone sleeping and probably farting and coughing. And like, think about it, dude. When you sleep, you're going to do weird shit you don't want anybody to see. And also, is it even real? Is she really sleeping? You really want someone to see you like pick your nose or have, what kind of weird shit are you going to say in the middle of the night? Like you're going to say weird shit that doesn't make sense while you're dreaming. You're going to do weird shit with your hands and maybe have some kind of like traumatic experience, PTSD while you're asleep, tossing and turning and screaming and probably farting a lot, burping, and like it's all going to be captured in fucking public. The fuck is that? And who's watching that? Somebody is not only watching it, they're recording it to their hard drive and archiving it for their own personal collection. It's fucked up. Yuck. But people will stream anything there to try to get people to watch their content, I guess. But there's some people that I've watched that their primary, where they come from, is Twitch, and then they upload a recording of that later on to YouTube. And that's how I've discovered some of the people that I like. And I see it watching their videos. It's like they're comfortable on Twitch because they have a small community of people that are there with them while they're live, having a casual conversation about what they're doing. And it's a sense of like community. It's like having this little place where you belong. And some like-minded people are there along the ride with you. And I like that. I'm like, that's what I want to have. I want to have that. I'm not going to have that on YouTube. And so I want to go somewhere where I can potentially have that sort of similar experience and try to grow my content, my channel, where somewhere else where it makes sense. So with that out of the way, we tried to get out of the way and then we kept going. I want to talk, I took some notes. I want to talk about a few things in this game thoughts video that are gaming related, because that's one of my few hobbies and interests. You know, I don't have that many. And some of the things I have interests in, I'm not constantly actively pursuing. I go through these like phases, you know, it's like these transient waves over time where it'll build up and I'll get interested in it. And then it goes back down for a while. And then a few years later, I get interested again. It's almost like a sine wave or something, like photography. I'm not an expert on it, so I can't talk about it for a whole fucking show. But I like photography. It's one of my artistic interests and passions. And it's originally why I bought this camera that I'm filming myself with. It's really a photography camera, and it can take some really cool ass fucking photos. And then combining that with some post-production tools, it's pretty powerful. You know, like to afterwards, like crop the photo and zoom in on it a little bit and add just a little bit of sharpening or something. Like I took this photo, and I feel like I mentioned this in one of my videos. I took this photo around the time when I first bought the camera of a cigarette butt in the grass, right? It was just like, who would think to take a photo of that? It was a cigarette butt in the grass. I zoomed in on it with a macro lens, and I got so close to it. And then in post-production got even closer. The like grains of sand on the cigarette butt looked like fucking boulders or something. And I'm like, dude, that is so cool. That is so fucking cool. It's so neat to see the world from that perspective. I've always liked that perspective of the world. Like when I was a little kid, when I was a small child, you know, like 4 years old or something, I remember looking at the Christmas tree in the living room and imagining being in like on the branch is like the size of an insect next to the decorations and the Christmas lights. I imagined being like this tiny little being that was microscopic, and it's seeing that world on the Christmas tree from that perspective. And like that was exciting for me to imagine. I was like projecting myself into that viewpoint or whatever. I've always liked that because the world looks magical. It looks very interesting from that scale, more so than I think it does generally from the scale that we're used to. And part of that's because we're used to it. So it feels fresh and different, feels alien, even though it's the same world. It's a different perspective of the world. And you can have that with a cool camera. So I like photography, but it's like one of my interests that I'm not a professional. Like I couldn't tell you every goddamn thing about it from a professional's perspective and talk about it for hours on end. So like, it's not going to make sense for me to talk about that. Whoops. It's not going to make sense for me to talk about that here. And like games, it's like one of the few things that I've stayed fairly active with over most of my life. So I feel like I could talk about that more. I'm more aware of some of that stuff. Not hyper aware. I'm not deep in it. Like I used to pay a lot more attention to the gaming space and games media. I used to take it more seriously. I used to collect games. I don't do that anymore. Part of the reason is I don't have the money to do it, but also I don't have the interest like I used to. I'm not as passionate about it. And there's many reasons for that. I'm much older. My worldview has changed. My emotions, my feelings change. The things that interested me at a younger age don't feel as important anymore. They don't, I don't have the interest that I used to. But also like that whole landscape, the gaming space has changed in a way that's kind of repulsive, kind of like YouTube is repulsive. A lot of the games that come out and the way that they're made is disgusting. It's not like it was in the 80s and 90s when you had a small, passionate team all working towards a shared goal. It's now being controlled by this larger corporate entity or entities that don't understand creativity. And they think that creativity is something that they can just harness and they can change it on a whim because I'm in charge. And that's what the company's decided. And that's not how creativity works. It's like this very delicate, it's like this delicate structure. I hate using terms like this. It's like a house of cards or something. You can't just change it on a whim. That's why a lot of big games come out and they suck because they got pulled back and forth so many fucking times. It's no longer coming from a creative place that has passion behind it. It's coming from a team of it's like wounded, scarred, and traumatized soldiers. And it's the ones that are left over after the battle. It's like this. It's fucking horrible. It's miserable. And often what you get is trash because the people that are running the companies are trash. It's just like the nature of the business. Once it got big enough, and I've talked about this before, and it gets to that level, that high level where suddenly the people with the money come in. They what's that word? They corrupt it. And they're parasites and they feed on it. They're like a parasitic entity. When there's a resource that's big enough for them to feed on, they congregate to it and they feed on it and they destroy it and they move on. You see this with Microsoft. You look at every single fucking company that they've ever every single thing that Microsoft has ever touched has been turned into shit. Everything. I can't think of one single fucking thing they haven't corrupted and destroyed over time, like all the way back. It's like nothing that comes out of that company is like unstained. Everything they touch has been stained. And it's because they're such a massive company. They've attracted the parasite class, is what it is. But I don't want to talk about that so much today. I wanted to talk about a few topics I wrote down here. I miss pre-rendered backgrounds, because like I grew up when that stuff was manifesting. When some of those first games came out in the 90s, that at least the ones that I personally experienced or remember seeing, and you saw those games with pre-rendered backgrounds and they looked too good to be true. And at the time, like for me as a child or a young person, I didn't really know what I was looking at. I just knew that looks too good. Wow, that's amazing. How is the computer or the game console rendering that? That looks like fucking, it looks too good. It doesn't seem possible. And it's because it wasn't. It was just basically a picture. I didn't know that. And it looks cool. It's a cool style. I like it. When it's done well, it's fucking cool. And you can do some really interesting things with pre-rendered backgrounds because you can get a higher fidelity image. You can get that appearance that the game looks way better than it has any right to. And then all of the 3D performance can be put into character models. And I want to see that again. I'll be honest. I feel like, we see a lot of styles and genres and whatnot get sort of like a second chance or like a new, they come back and they try something new with an old style again. And we haven't really seen that with pre-rendered visuals. And I was thinking the other day, I was looking at some of my PS1 games and I was thinking about it and I'm like, dude, there were so many cool ass PS1 games, especially. You saw it on a few other platforms, but PS1 is where it really got used heavily. There's a shit ton of games on the PS1 that use that style. All of the mainline Final Fantasy games, most of Squaresoft's games on the PS1 used that style. You know, Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9, and Chrono Cross, the Parasite Eve games, and then Capcom's games like the Resident Evil games. And there was some other survival horror games. I can't remember, Kodelka or something. There was a bunch of games. What was that? Dragoon, something Dragoon, whatever the fuck that is. I never liked that one. But there's tons of games on the PS1 that have pre-rendered backgrounds with 3D character models. And it looks fucking cool. Every once in a while, you get it with 2D character sprites. I think the Saga Frontier games did that. They had pre-rendered backgrounds, but then they used like 2D, like pixel art sprites, whatever the fuck they're called. Let me see, what did I write here? I didn't really go over this and to prepare ahead of time. I just looked at my notes I took a while back, and I'm like, let me talk about some of this stuff because I want to do something. I haven't done any videos in a little while, and I want to do something. I've been trying some things out, but I've been creating all these accounts and being pulled in all these directions of how I want to proceed. And in the meantime, I want to do this. So I was thinking, right? Like, imagine something modern, like on the PS5, because it's the current modern high-end console. Imagine having like these 4K backgrounds. Like, you think about the high-end backgrounds we used to see on the PS1. They looked really good then. You see them now, like if you try to upscale it on like a modern TV, it doesn't look as good. You can see all the flaws and imperfections in it. Even if you go back, like I did this a few months ago. I played some of these games on my CRT, on my PS1, because I have a game collection. And I was playing like Final Fantasy 7 and 9. And I have component cables, so it looked really good. And even with that setup on the CRT, with my glasses on, because I don't have very good eyesight unless I have glasses on. And it was like shocking to me how fucking clean it looked. So clean that the pre-rendered backgrounds started to kind of show their age. I was like, man, I thought they looked better than this. I could see imperfections in it. I could see like pixelated compression. I could see like compression artifacts in the backgrounds. And I was like, wow. But imagine like in a modern PS5 game, like 4K or even 8K, like super high res, clean as fuck, modern, you know, made on a high-end workstation, CGI backgrounds. I was thinking about this. Imagine like Final Fantasy 17. They'll never fucking do this because we see, from my point of view, Square Enix will never be able to make a good game ever again. I don't think they're capable anymore. I don't know what happened there. Something changed at that company, and I don't like the games they make anymore. I don't think they make very good games anymore. I don't like the direction they've gone. I don't think this Final Fantasy VII Remake series is worth a shit. Final Fantasy 16 had good parts, but it felt like a very flawed, unfinished product. Forspoken was the closest thing they had to a real next-gen experience, and I did some videos on this game on my channel, and it left a really bad taste in my mouth. That game needed minimum 2 more years. From my point of view, not being a fucking developer, just being someone who's paid attention to the games industry for most of their life and has played enough games to feel fairly confident in assessing this kind of thing. Like in knowing like what it takes for like a large team of people to all come together and work on something. That looked to me like it probably needed about 2 more years in development. 1 more year would have definitely helped a lot, but I think 2 more years would have really polished that thing up to, I wouldn't say perfection, but to a solid ass fucking game. I've been playing The Witcher 3 on and off recently. And I was going to do some videos of that game. And I just, for multiple reasons, I didn't. One of the main reasons is because The Witcher 3 has nudity in it. And it will just pop into the game out of like at any time. At any, like unexpectedly, a cutscene comes in and it's just full nudity. And I'm like, I can't have that happening on YouTube. And I don't have the editing tools and to like get all that out of there. And I'm not, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with a game that's gonna have a bunch of nudity and I'm gonna have to deal with all these issues with that shit on YouTube. So I guess I'm not gonna put videos of this up. But I've been playing around with that game and thinking I think I can do it on Twitch. I think. I was reading up on it and it sounds like that's generally a game that's allowed on there. So I might start doing that soon on Twitch. But anyway, I lost my train of thought. I was playing that and I was thinking about it. And I was thinking about Forspoken and I'm like, like all of the content that makes The Witcher so good, it's like all the little stuff. It's all of the little side quests that are, not all of them, but many of them are done well. They have stories behind them. They have writing behind them. They have voice acting. They have acting behind them. There's characters and story and lore behind them. It's not just I open up a fucking encyclopedia in my fucking menu and read about it. It's actively happening while you're playing it. There's story unfolding in real time. And that's in these little side quests. And then there's also like the main story quests that have even more of that stuff. Lots of cutscenes with characters and voice acting. And it's like pulling you along. You're sucked into it. You're interested in it. And then the world has so many little details everywhere. So many little details all over the fucking place. That's what was missing from Forspoken. Forspoken had the massive scope, gigantic ass fucking open world. Way, way, way fucking bigger than something like The Witcher 3. But it's empty. All right. I talked about this a little bit when I started playing it. I'm like, oh, there's a lot of content here. But like the more I played it, the more I realized like there really isn't though. It's like 5 of the same things in every area. There's like some ruins and a fucking cat to find and a cape to get, a chest that's just sitting on the ground with enemies around it. You fight them and then open the chest. It's the same 5 things in every fucking continent and that's it. But in something like The Witcher 3, it's just tiny little things fucking everywhere, dude. There's so much content in that game. And it's interesting. And the story's interesting. And the world is interesting. Forspoken had this. It had some of the lore and some of the characters, and it had the world, but it didn't get finished and fully fleshed out. If they had, I think, about 2 more years in development, they could have put all of this content in there. It seemed to me like they were planning on doing it and they were building it. And then the higher ups were like, no, it needs to be done. And they just had to fucking rush a fucking barely half finished product out the door. And that's what they got. And to me, it's like the best thing that they've even fucking shipped the whole fucking generation. I liked Final Fantasy 16, but every single one of the side quests in that game were fucking dog shit. Dog shit. It was like throwaway trash from like a fucking MMO at best. And like the main story content in that game was pretty good. And the main story cutscenes were really well done. You could see it playing the game. You could tell. And I'm sure that's how it is in most games, but it was very obvious in Final Fantasy 16. You could just see like, oh, this was made by a different team. They had a completely different team doing this part of the game. And then a completely different team doing the gameplay. And a completely different team doing the fucking side quests versus like the main story stuff. It was just like completely fucking different. Like one felt kind of interesting and well made, and the other was like rushed, like zero interest in it. It was like It reminded me of like the handful of times in my life where I've played, and I'm sure it's changed over time. Just from my experience, many years ago, I played in a Korean MMO, and it felt like the most hollow, empty, meaningless experience when it came to like story content and quests. It was the most throwaway garbage. Go kill 5 monsters and come back here and collect your reward. Rinse and repeat. It was like that same shit for every one of them. It felt so hollow and empty. The whole idea behind games like that is to play with people. And you're kind of creating the stories by playing with a group of friends. But if you're trying to play something like that alone, it sucks. And that's kind of how it felt playing Final Fantasy 16. It almost kind of felt like an MMO that was offline. And there was like just a little bit of bare minimum content there for you offline. And it wasn't enough. And it wasn't very well made. That's kind of how it felt. And it didn't feel like a proper big budget mainline Final Fantasy game. But parts of it kind of did. You know? And it's like, I'm not confident Square Enix can keep up anymore in the games industry and make proper like big budget next gen games that are genre defining, that are setting the trend like they used to. I don't think they have the team in place, and I don't think they have the people in charge that are willing to support that. And it's probably a very complex series of issues. It's probably not just one reason or one thing, you know, because you can look at things that they've done. Games like Final Fantasy 15 taking so many goddamn years to get off the ground and going through so many different iterations and versions to finally get just rushed out the door and half finished after like 10 years. It's like, what the fuck is going on at that company? It's not just one thing or one person, obviously. It's like a company-wide issue of some kind. And I'm not interested unless I see something that really draws my attention. I don't think there's anything that they've announced there that they're working on that I have any interest in. So I don't see them doing it. But I was thinking to myself, like, how cool would that be? Because, like, think about this. If they went with pre-rendered backgrounds for Final Fantasy 17, it probably wouldn't cost like $200+ million. Right? Like, I don't know what has changed in the games industry as a whole that has caused the people making decisions and the people that are funding these projects to think, oh, we can't do that anymore. We can't do that. Why can't you make a traditional Final Fantasy game anymore? Why can't you do that? Why? Where's your actual data? Like, show us the presentation that convinced you that won't work, rather than just taking your word for it. Because it's often what they'll say is like, it just won't work. Why? Like, as if you look at the indie space, everybody else is trying to do that with the indie space because like they're not getting it from the big developers. And when the big developers release their games, they always like fall in their face. You're not going to go back and talk about, I sure as hell am not going to go back and talk about like the Final Fantasy VII remake series. I'm not going to talk about anything that's come out of that company in the last 10 years. Like 10 years from now, and be like, oh my God, it's so good. I'm so glad to have that in my collection. And I'm obviously pretty soon, no one will be able to say that about any game ever again. You'll never be able to say like, I'm glad to have this game in my collection, because you won't have a game collection because it won't exist anymore. What are you going to like? People are going to make a YouTube video where they like show their fucking like game list under their profile on PSN. Look at the games I own in the list. I'm so glad to have this one in the list. That'll be like the closest they can What you're probably going to get seriously is people like on places like Etsy making like a fake game box with art that doesn't have an actual game in it to have like a fake game collection. When Final Fantasy 18 comes out on PlayStation 6 and it's digital only, there probably already is shit like this. People are going to have like a game shelf of a bunch of like empty DVD cases or Blu-ray cases that they bought from somebody on Etsy that made like artwork, like fake artwork to make it look like they have the game. And maybe even they put like a CD in there with art on it. And maybe they even put like some assets on the disc, like a PDF with some artwork and shit and screenshots, some video files or something. But ultimately it's not the game. And it's not really the game. It's not really a game collection. It's not really special or worth anything. But because they want to have something, they made something for it. That's kind of a depressing thought, to be honest. That's the other thing I want to do on Twitch. I think I want to start streaming playing some of my real games. I want to have multiple types of content, right? I want to play games on my computer here. I spent a lot of time getting emulators set up with some ROMs. And then I've got some fairly modern PC games. And then I've got my retro stuff in the other room. And I want to find a way to somehow make content with all that stuff and stream it. I figured with a streams always are going to look kind of like shit anyway, because they're lower fidelity. So maybe I'd be more okay with like, yeah, well, it's already going to look like shit because I have to stream it at such a low bit rate at 1080p at best, that maybe I will just try using my capture card and playing games in my living room, or trying to film my CRT like I did in the beginning. But to get back to my idea, just imagine the idea of Final Fantasy, something like it, like Final Fantasy 17, with like really clean 4K backgrounds, pre-rendered, and then all of that 3D performance of the PS5. Because like, let's be honest, like the PS5, it can do some impressive things, but it's like, it's showing its age. It's not that powerful. But imagine all that performance is just for character models and effects, like you saw on the PS1, but brought to the next level. Super clean, high-res pre-rendered backgrounds and like really high quality. I mean, I feel like you could have damn near CGI quality characters if that's all you were rendering was a handful of characters on the screen. You know, maybe it's like your party. It's like 3 or 4 characters on the screen at once. Maybe like maximum, it's like 8 characters on screen. It's like a few characters from your party and then a few characters from another group. But everything looks so fucking good. It's like unbelievable. And then the effects, you know, imagine, probably, I'm going to assume the only time you'd see fully 3D might be like in battles. Like on the PS1, like Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 all did this. The battles were all in 3D and they used different character models. And this shit looked like a spectacle. I mean, it was like going to watch a fireworks show or something. It was crazy. It looked so fucking flashy. It was like a tech demo of showing off what the console hardware was capable of. And I'd love to see that sort of thing happen again. I'm getting really sick of this like constant, like, it needs to be 60 FPS. Dude, run it at like fucking 10 FPS if you have to during like a fucking icon summon. Because I want that shit to blow my mind. If it's like a cut, it's essentially just a cut scene when you summon or cast magic or take a turn in a traditional Final Fantasy. The frame rate can be slower because you're not actively moving around. You're not going to perceive it as much because you're not moving shit around to feel it. And that the frame rate can drop way down, maybe into the 20s or something. And it's going to still look acceptable. And if it's blowing your mind because it looks so good, you're not even going to notice it. everybody that loves those games from the past and puts them up on this pedestal has no problem with those frame rates, dude. Those games ran like shit oftentimes, especially during heavy magic usage and summons and battles. Like the frame rates would tank. Some of those PS2 games, dude, like Shadow of the Colossus, that fucking thing is like unplayable. I tried playing it last year and I was like, I can't even fucking play this. It's like 5 FPS and it looks like it's about 5p resolution. I can't even see anything. It's like blurry as fuck. But everybody puts it on a pedestal. But I love this idea. People are often talking about this idea of like pre-rendered backgrounds, reminiscing about the style, and like I'm not the only person that is fond of it and would love to see it brought back and modernized, because it could still work. You could have these really clean, sharp, high-res backgrounds that are done on a workstation, and you could have it, you know, having an appearance of high-end visuals that you're just not going to get with traditional modern 3D rendering. It could look really fucking cool. And then the characters could look outstanding. And my example of seeing, the last time I saw this was on an HD console. It was on the PlayStation 3. I've never heard anybody else talk about this. You know, I've listened to a few podcasts. I think I've heard, I will occasionally listen to the Resonant Arc podcast and sometimes Digital Foundry. And they've talked about some of this kind of stuff. I've never heard anybody mention this game, but the last game I had personally played that had pre-rendered backgrounds for most of the game, there was a few 3D areas, but most of the game, from my memory, I can't play it right now because my PlayStation 3 doesn't work to verify all of this. But in my memory, the majority of the game was pre-rendered backgrounds with 3D character models. And that was Artanelico, Koga, Null of RCL. I think it's essentially Artanelico 3, if you want to call it that. And that game, dude, it looks so good. I think it still holds up really well because it was a PlayStation 3 game, and I believe it supported 1080p. And so you had, I can't verify this 100%, but I think the back of the box said 1080p, so I'm assuming that it was. I'm assuming that it was like up to 1080p backgrounds and like overall assets, like the in-game 3D character models. It had these really sharp, clean, pre-rendered backgrounds. And then it had some of the best looking 3D character models I've ever seen. And I remember reading about it back in the day when the game was like in development and it was being previewed in magazines, that like that was what they were going for. They're like, we want to have some of the best looking character models possible. And to do that, we had to make the backgrounds all pre-rendered so that we could have the best looking, did I say this right? So that we could have the best looking 3D character models. All of the 3D horsepower of the console is just for the characters, is what I remember reading in an interview. And like it shows the character models look fucking amazing in that game. They look like anime. They look like 3D anime characters, and they look better than any other character model I've ever seen on the PS3. They look so fucking good. And then the backgrounds are just, they're pre-rendered backgrounds like an old school PS1 game, but much sharper. I think they're up to 1080p. And it's a turn-based RPG, if I remember correctly. I think it's turn-based RPG. Just like the kind of thing that I'm talking about. And it was fucking awesome. I thought that game was cool as fuck. And it's the last game I remember ever seeing or playing personally that utilized a style like that. But it showed you what you could do. It was like, it was a dying style. Like nobody was doing it anymore, especially on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. They were moving to all 3D. And this company, I don't remember who it was that developed the game, but they went with that older style, but they modernized it. really slick, high quality 3D character models that looked better than like any other PS3 game. And then sharp ass, like 1080p, I think, backgrounds. So fucking cool. And it gave it a look. And I was like, man, I missed this. I wish there was more games doing this. You know, like before that, the last games I remember really seeing was on like the Xbox or the GameCube. It was previous gen. There was just a handful of developers trying that style out. Like Capcom did it with the Resident Evil 1 remake. And they also did it with Onimusha, I think 1 and 2 on the Xbox. They went with pre-rendered backgrounds in 3D character models. And it looked amazing. It looked so fucking good. And then nobody ever did it again. And imagine what you could do now, all like decades later with modern tech. You could have these super high res 4K or even 8K backgrounds with like probably some of the best looking 3D character models ever seen in real time on anything. Like on anything. You know, because that's all it would be rendered was the character models and then some special effects. Imagine the particle effects and shit you could do if that was all you're doing was like, I don't know, like 4 character models and particle effects and pushing the PS5 as hard as possible doing that, you know? You think about some of the most impressive cutscenes, like real-time cutscenes that you've ever seen on a PS5 game. And then probably even better than that because you'd be just rendering the characters and not the 3D environment. I think that could be fucking cool as fuck. And it probably wouldn't cost the kind of insane money that they keep spending. Every game, like the next one costs even more than the last one. This would probably be a way to save money and go back to a comparatively like lower budget game, but have like a really impressive look, and it would stand out. It would. So I was thinking that was like my first topic here that I went on almost an hour about. I would love to see the pre-rendered backgrounds modernized with super impressive 3D characters. Really impressive. You know, imagine like the hair and fur that you could do if all you were rendering was a handful of characters and that's it. You're not worrying about all the other environmental shit. You know, maybe occasionally, right? Like there's something in the environment that has some 3D elements on it. Like maybe you're near some water, there's a waterfall, and maybe they're rendering some kind of real-time like volumetric fog or particles around the waterfall. But otherwise it's all like a pre-rendered background. It could be so fucking cool. They could do so many interesting creative things. If they put themselves into this limitation, like, no, we are doing pre-rendered, and then we will sprinkle in 3D elements here and there and keep it like, have a rule, right? You create rules. Like there will be no more than 8 characters at any time on the screen. And now you know what you're working with and you can push that as hard as possible. It would be so fucking cool, I think. I'd love to see that, dude. Just think about it too. And imagine if like Square did this. So like, that's a good idea. I saw this video on YouTube. This person had like 1 follower, 1 subscriber, but they had a good idea. We could save some money. And I like, imagine they come up with like an engine, like they modernize or do something with their engine, whatever engine they're using. They're probably not using Luminous anymore. Unreal. Can we move past fucking Unreal 4 at least? Like at least do that, dude. Because they used to be on the cutting edge, dude. But imagine like they nail this style and it looks really good. And then they start remaking. Right? That's the kind of remake I would want to see of Final Fantasy VII, not the trash that they've made. It's like some abomination. But imagine like remakes of like Chrono Cross with that style, or Final Fantasy VIII. You wouldn't need. Well, we'd have to break it up into 20 games, and it would take 40 years. You wouldn't hear that kind of stupid talk coming out of management's mouths about a remake. It's like, no, it's just like basically the same game with like a fresh coat of paint, sharper backgrounds, and new character models. It's all we need, dude. What are you talking about? You need 4 fucking games, and it's going to take like 20 years. What are you even talking about? That's the kind of shit they say when people ask them about remaking other games. Anyway, let's move on from that. Games I'm looking forward to. You know, I like modern, like next gen experiences most of the time. I don't play a lot of indie games. I don't have a lot of time to just like waste on a ton of stuff. I'm very choosy about the things that I do with my time. I find like something very specific. I'm like, I really like that, and I go with that. I'm not out there trying every single fucking thing that comes out. There's too much. It's so oversaturated. There's too much. And there's so much of it in every tier that it's like diluted the medium. It's becoming a problem, and I'm not sure what you do to fix it. I don't know what the future is. Everything's becoming this sort of diluted, homogenized mess. I don't see it as a positive thing. I really don't. It's too much. And with I have all these like little strands of hair keep getting in my eyes and shit. With the advent, or whatever you want to call it, of AI starting to take over various industries, making it easier. It's easier for people to do things that normally don't have the skill set or the manpower to do something. You're going to see this homogenization grow even more, like exponentially, I imagine. And it's not going to be a good thing, because like it's already too much, and it's too oversaturated. When I look at all the games like on Steam, and it's hard to find what I would consider the good games. And I don't mean this like disrespectfully to somebody that made an indie game and it's a solid game that people like, but like oftentimes you can just like tell right away, like, yeah, it's an indie game, dude. It should be in a separate category or something. And it shouldn't cost $40 or whatever the fucking cost is on this. Especially when you look at some of the sales you'll see on like a big budget fucking, you know, like, what game was it recently? Like great example, right? Like The Witcher 3 often goes on sale for $8. And you're going to put that next to like some indie game that they want like $29.99 for, or $39.99 for. And it's like so fucking scaled back in comparison, with bad art and well, I will say The Witcher, I'm going to talk about this later in this discussion. The Witcher 3 is a broken fucking mess of shit. And I cannot fucking believe they haven't fixed that fucking thing. After almost 12 fucking years, they haven't fixed that thing. That bitch crashes like a dozen times a day. And there's some issues with that game that I'm going to talk about this later. But games I'm looking forward to, whatever you call it. I got 10 games here. This isn't some fucking ultimate list, just what I could come up with on the spot that I'm personally interested in. Fumito Ueda's Gen Atlas. That's what it's called, right? Gen Atlas by Gen Design. That's like kind of like the spiritual successor, maybe, to something like The Last Guardian or Shadow of the Colossus, that kind of thing. I think that game looks potentially very interesting. I've always liked his games and the games that him and his team have worked on. From Eco to Shadow of the Colossus to The Last Guardian. And even before that, when he just worked for Warp. I'm not sure how big his contributions were there, but I always liked Warp's games as well. I think mostly he was like a CGI artist on those games. But anyway, Gen Atlas is the first one on my list that I think looks really cool. It's like something positive that I'm looking forwards to. And then number 2, I have the Silent Hill remake. They haven't really talked much about this one. And my understanding is that was a game that was like greenlit by Konami for, what was it, Blooper Team? For like Blooper Team is being contracted again to work on the remake. I believe that was announced officially last year, maybe. I recently played Silent Hill 2 remake on my YouTube channel from start to finish. And I may play it again when I get my Twitch channel all set up and do a New Game Plus. I really like that game. And I think they did an amazing job on it. And I think that Blooper Team would be the right team to do a remake of the first game. And if that first game is successful and they do a really good job like they did with 2, maybe even better, I could see them also doing a remake of part 3. And who knows, maybe even part 4. I feel like a remake of those 4 games are like, those are the most you'd want to do. You wouldn't want to remake fucking part 5 and 6 and whatever the fuck else. I think they've got like 8 of them. And they just kind of got worse as they went along because they started having other studios work on these games and they were fucking terrible. I want to say it was 8 Silent Hill Downpour that I played on the PS3. There were parts of that were actually really cool. There were parts of it that were solid. The game didn't run very well. And it had terrible fucking enemy designs. It's important to get the enemy design right. And they just looked like generic, like fucking monkeys or something. Like just look dumb. Just look dumb as hell. And they all look the same. But the game itself was kind of it had some of that vibe of Silent Hill. It really did. But it just wasn't quite there. But remaking 1 is what we're talking about. And I've never played Silent Hill 1. I don't own Silent Hill 1. It's not part of my collection. I sure as hell won't be getting it anytime soon. That game's like fucking really expensive now. It didn't used to be. I used to see it in the store all the time and it was cheap. Nobody gave a shit about that game when it came out. Kidding me? A lot of these games that you see now that are crazy, they're hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. You used to see them in the store all the fucking time in the bargain bin. Nobody gave a fucking fuck about them. It wasn't until some YouTube clown ass hyped it up and a bunch of stupid fucks started buying it. And then opportunists started raising the prices on eBay. And all of a sudden it's rare now. Before that, dude, a lot of those games that are rare and people talk about, like they put it on a pedestal, they're shit. They suck. They're trash games. They're not good. They're not that good. Even some of the best games in your memory are like, oh, it's so good. They're not. Because I've recently replayed them to verify, like, actually, this sucks. Some of the games on the PS1, on the N64, that I used to think were amazing, upon replaying them many years later, it's revealed that they're not. They were impressive at the time when you compared them to what was available at the time and the technology that they were on. But when you play them now, dude, oh my God. Like I tried playing The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time a few months ago on the N64 because I own that. And I pre-ordered it in the 90s and I played it day one until I beat the game. And it was like my favorite game. And then I replayed it a few months ago. And I couldn't even handle it. I was like, fuck this piece of junk, dude. Trash tier fucking game. And maybe it's not that bad, but it felt that bad at the time. When I got to what was that area called with the fucking, the Gorons? When you get to like the Goron village, dude, that shit sucks. That shit sucks. That was a bad section of the game. That almost broke me. You're there wandering around, like, unless you've got a guide, right? If you know what to do, you've played it before and you memorized it, or you have a guide, you're following a walkthrough, that's one thing. If you're just going into it fresh, like I was, and like, I haven't played this in like 30 years. I don't remember, like, you know, I don't remember the game very much. And you just go into that fresh like that with no guide, that shit sucks. You walk around in that ugly ass brown fucking area. Everything's just a brown smeary texture with these dumbass fucking Gorons everywhere. When you walk by them, and you just walk around in circles for like 6 fucking hours. Like, where do I fucking go? What am I doing? I was losing my mind there. It ruined the fucking game. After that section, when I finally got through it, I was like, I don't care anymore about this game. I'm done with it. This ruined the game. Ruined it. It's fucking, this game sucks. That's how I felt. I'll probably revisit it at some point. I'm still recovering from it though. It was fucking traumatizing. But some of these games, dude, like, they're not as good as people pretend they are. They are not. Trust me. I grew up with this stuff. I'm probably older than most of the fucking clowns that act like this shit's amazing. And I actually grew up with it and actually played it when it came out. Like Final Fantasy VII and, you know, like a lot of those big games that people talk about. I remember when Super Mario Brothers 3 came out, and there was a kid in my class that told me he had it. And I'm like, no, you don't. It's not even real. And then he brought the manual into school, and I felt like an idiot. But he was like, my dad works for Nintendo. You'd hear that shit? But I think he might have had like a Japanese manual. Like somehow, right? Like there was those handful of kids that had some kind of connection to somebody overseas, or maybe it was one of those extremely rare cases where like their parents really did work for Nintendo. And this kid brought the Super Mario Brothers 3 manual into school. And I was like, what? Because I'm like, you're a liar. Because you run into that all the time from kids in school. They lied all the fucking time. All the fucking time, dude. There was this fucking shithead that I went to school with that I was friends with for a while. And then we kind of fell out of our friendship. He lied all the fucking time, dude. He told me he went on vacation one day with his mom. And he told me that where they went, I don't remember where it was they went, that people rode hoverboards there, like in Back to the Future. And I'm like, no, they didn't, dude. They did, dude. I'm serious. There are fucking hoverboards and shit. People are riding real hoverboards. I saw one in the store. And I was like that kind of shit. Like, they liars. Like, so kids in school lie, especially little kids, like in junior high or elementary school. I think this was like Super Mario Brothers 3. This might have been in elementary school. Maybe. It might have been like maybe 4th grade, maybe 5th grade. It may have been like 4th grade or something. But I remember this kid had a manual for Super Mario 3. And I remember looking at it before I ever saw that game in the store. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it was like really his dad worked for Nintendo. I don't know if it was like an imported manual. Not sure. Somehow he got like an early release of it. But like, I was playing those Nintendo games in the 80s when they were fucking fresh. I remember getting this Nintendo calendar from like the school book club. It was like the only thing in the book, like I think it was called a book club. Your parents would be like, okay, well, because normally like they're not going to buy you anything ever. You know, it was like the one time, it was like, well, the books, it was a book fair. The school's having a book fair. It's like, all right, well, we'll give you the money to get a book at the book fair. And it was like, I looked around in that book fair for like an hour and it was like, I don't want a book. These all suck. I don't give a fuck about any of this dumb shit. And then I saw there was a Nintendo calendar and it was like laminated and glossy, and every single month of the calendar had this big full color print of pixel art from a Nintendo game. And I was like, dude, yes. And I got that. And then I remember like my sister was like, I'm going to tell on you. That's not a book. And so I kept it at my grandma's house so I wouldn't get in trouble. I didn't want my parents to see that I got something I liked from the book fair because my sister was going to get me in trouble. But I don't have it anymore. I kept it there, and then eventually I think it got thrown in the trash. But I fucking had this cool ass Nintendo calendar. The Silent Hill remake is what we were talking about, though. Somehow we got off topic. I'm excited about that because, like, the Silent Hill 2 remake was so fucking impressive. It looks so fucking good. And, like, they just nailed it. They nailed the atmosphere, the vibe, the characters, everything about it, dude. It was so solid. I've played through that game multiple times now on the PS5 and on PC. And I could probably do it again after a little more time has passed. I like it a lot. And the idea of them doing a remake of the first one, which I've never played. You know, I've played 3, I've played 4. I own 2, 3, and 4 on the PS2. But 1 is a game I don't own it. I've never owned it. I've never played it. And I would imagine that they would be using a newer version of Unreal Engine 5 for that game. You know, because it's going to be like years later in development. It's probably going to look better than the Part 2 remake, which is fucking exciting. It's like, man, imagine it looking better than this. Holy shit. Number 3 that I'm looking forwards to is Alien Isolation 2 by, what is it, Sega and, I think I wrote it here, Creative Assembly. I own Alien Isolation on the PS4, and I couldn't play that game. It was too fucking intense. It was too stressful. I just couldn't do it at the time. But when I saw the trailer for Part 2, I was like, dude, that looks really good though. And I like that it shows you, like, you go into different areas. Like, it looks like you go into outside areas and it's raining. It's got that atmosphere. It kind of reminds me of the atmosphere from Aliens, the second movie, where they go to that planet. I think it was a planet. And it's raining outside and they've got to go from like their ship to like this base through the rain. I'm like, oh, dude, that would be so fucking cool if every once in a while you're leaving like whatever structure you're in to go outside, and outside you can barely see anything and there's a rainstorm and wind blowing and the alien is out there somewhere, maybe more than one. It looked so good too. I'm like, dude, I'm excited for it. I will, if I have the money when it comes out, I would get it. I'm not sure how, it depends. It depends on like how stressful it is and where I am in my life at the time. But I'm excited. It looks cool. Anyway, it looks like a game I'm potentially excited about. And then number 4 on my list is Intergalactic by Naughty Dog. They're calling it Intergalactic The Heretic Prophecy or Prophet. I wrote Prophet, but I thought it was Prophecy. Whatever the fuck it is. It sounds like kind of a dumb name, right? When you think about it, like, what the fuck kind of name is that? But you think about it, it's a Naughty Dog game. That, it reminds me of one of the names that they would have given one of their older games, like fucking one of the Jak and Daxter games or something. Right? It's the same developer. Why can't they have a name that's reminiscent? Like, it reminds me of a Naughty Dog game. Just because The Last of Us was super serious doesn't mean that every game they make has to be like that. What the fuck? It would be kind of cool if they made something kind of like a Jak and Daxter. If they had like a broader, modern portfolio and it wasn't just, well, we do The Last of Us and that's it because it takes us so long to make and it sells. You know, if they had some other games, I don't think they have the fucking resources. Their studio isn't big enough, I don't think. And the kind of games that they want to make, you know, like the Uncharted games, they're kind of stupid. They're dumb. They're kind of silly and dumb. They're less serious. I'll be honest though, I've never been interested in Uncharted. I have zero interest in playing those games. I don't like the characters. I don't like the mechanics of some dumbass guy that can fucking climb the side of a cliff like it's nothing. He can he can leap like 40 feet at a time with his bare hands across fucking a sheer rock ledge. That kind of shit is so stupid to me. I'm so sick of seeing it in games. I'm so sick of seeing it in games, dude. I'm so glad like The Witcher doesn't do that shit. A game that does that as well, Horizon, when Aloy just like climbs up the side of a mountain all the way to the top. If you walked on foot on a trail up a fucking mountain, it'd probably take you fucking hours and you'd be so fucking exhausted, even in the best shape. This bitch climbs up the side of a fucking cliff that's like a mile high, like it's fucking nothing. Just the whole way up. She's literally will sometimes jump like 20 feet from one rock ledge to another. It's so fucking stupid. And it pulls me out of the fucking game. And I'm just like rolling my eyes, like, get the fuck out of here. It ruins the experience. I'm sick of seeing that kind of dumbass shit in a game. It's like, well, this isn't like a superhero game, right? So why the fuck is she got superhero powers all of a sudden? But then when I'm in combat with these like mechanical dinosaurs, I can't like fly and shit. All of a sudden I'm getting my ass kicked, but I can climb the side of a fucking cliff like it's nothing. It's just stupid. I'm sick of these dumbass fucking mechanics. And it's one of the things, whenever I see it in Uncharted, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I don't like that shit. It's stupid as fuck. Like imagine, I guess they do it a little bit in The Last of Us, but imagine if like Joel and Ellie was just like fucking leaping across the side of a fucking mountain with their bare hands. It's so stupid. Anyway, I think that intergalactic game could potentially be cool. We don't know much about it. They showed a trailer that was essentially just like a fucking cutscene with about 0.5 seconds of fake gameplay. We don't really know jack shit about it other than, well, it looks impressive visually and they've got Nine Inch Nails doing the soundtrack. That's about it. But I'm excited about it because I have liked some of Naughty Dog's games. I liked Jak and Daxter on the PS2. I'm not so sure. I said that it'd be cool if they made a new one. I'm not so sure I'd be interested in personally playing it. I'd have to see it and then decide, like, do I want to play that? Is the art going to be good? I'm particular about the kind of art that I engage with. And, you know, a cartoony, really, because one of the things about Jak and Daxter, and I only ever played the very first Jak and Daxter game on the PS2, but I remember when I got it, I brought it home and I didn't know anything about it. And I started playing. I'm like, dude, this is so impressive. Like the overall visual presentation was so impressive to me. There were so many details. I would be walking through an environment and I remember like it started raining. And I'm like, that looks so good. What the fuck? I'd never seen anything quite like it. And I was not expecting it from a game like that. And it was a very solid platformer. I think it was a platformer kind of game. I liked The Last of Us. That game surprised me. I picked it up on the PS3 when it came out. And think at that point I might have already had the PS4. I can't remember the time, like exact dates. It either came out like the same month as the PS4 or it came out right before it or something. It was right around the same time. So you had this brand new console had just come out with next gen graphics. But then you got something from the last gen that was so fucking good and so like visually and just like not just the visuals, like overall story, acting, mechanics, everything about it was like such a high level at the tail end of that generation of the PS3 that it was like definitely worth my time. And the PS4 was like put on the side, like, dude, I'm playing this. This is way fucking better than any of these launch PS4 games. I can't believe how good this is. And I played through that game, and at the time, it was like, this is one of my favorite games ever. And then eventually I played the remake on the PS5 back in 2024. And then I played the sequel that they ported to the PS5 because I'd never played that. I think the sequel came out like in the beginning of the pandemic, and I didn't play it. I mentioned this. I stopped playing video games for like 3 years during the pandemic. I didn't touch a single fucking video game for 3 years. I didn't read about them. When the PS5 and the Xbox Series consoles came out, I didn't even know what they looked like. I didn't know what the games were. I didn't know how much it was. I didn't know jack shit. And I didn't give a fuck to. I didn't care. I unsubscribed from every podcast. I stopped looking at news about that stuff. I didn't give a fuck about it. So for like 3 years, I was just like in the complete dark on all that stuff. And so games like that came out and I just was unaware of it and didn't pay attention to it. And so when they finally ported the Last of Us Part 2 to the PS5, I picked it up because I was curious. Like, well, I really like the first game. I've heard mixed things about the sequel, but some people are telling me it's amazing. Other people are saying they don't like it. And I generally liked it. I mean, there's parts of it that I like more than the first game. I feel like overall, the first game is like a more refined package. And the sequel is kind of like, it kind of goes all over the place at times. Like maybe it kind of loses its way and is a little bloated at times and has content that feels like it doesn't quite belong. Or like, you know, like if you're a creative person and sometimes you don't know like when to stop and you keep doing something that should have been finished. It's like, they didn't need to be that long. You could have stopped. Like if you were making a song, I've noticed this with some creative people that are like really famous, hyper creative people that are extremely talented, like Prince. Some of his songs, it's like, dude, that could have stopped like 5 fucking minutes ago. It just keeps going, and it goes in directions that start to kind of ruin the overall song. It's like he can't stop. He's got all these different ideas, and he doesn't want to finish it yet. He wants to keep going, and you see this with some creative people. They just like, it keeps flowing, and sometimes they need someone else to come in and rein them in. You know, I feel like you see this with some of Kojima's stuff. Sometimes it feels like he needed somebody to step in and be like, no, that needs to be cut out. That went on too long. That cutscene didn't need to be 45 minutes. Like, I don't care what your vision is. The average end user isn't going to see it like that. They're going to get bored and frustrated. And they're going to look at it. They're going to roll their eyes at this, dude. They're not going to fucking bow down and praise it. Some people will, but most of them won't. But I'm interested in the intergalactic game anyway. It has potential. Some of these games, right? They're fucking a ways off. Most of these are on my list. Because all we've had really is an announcement and maybe like a little tiny teaser trailer. Some of these games are probably 3 to 5 years off minimum, maybe longer, maybe 8 years, right? Like Cyberpunk 2077 2, because we don't really know what the full title is going to be. We just knew they're making a sequel. And CD Projekt Red was like, we're opening a new studio in the United States and we're hiring up staff to begin pre-production. And we're excited about it. It's about all we know. And I'm kind of concerned about it a little bit because I feel like CD Projekt Red, they're a foreign studio. So from an American's point of view, their products, their creative things, they feel different to me. They have a certain like unique flavor. If it's going to be made in the US by fucking Americans, it's going to feel like a piece of American shit. A lot of times you'll hear people say like it's better made in America. No, it isn't. You know why? Because most Americans don't give a fuck about the things they do. They don't give a fuck about their job. They don't give a fuck about each other. They got some shit fucking tasks they got to do. When can I fucking go home? How long do I have to do this? And they don't fucking care. They're not passionate about it. It's just like, I got to do this stupid fucking thing. And then they go home pissed off. And then they go back because it's like the way our people are treated. It's the way the country is. It's like nobody gives a fuck about each other. Nobody's passionate about anything they do. I mean, I'm being kind of generalizing this. Like some people are for sure. I'm assuming, but I've learned in life too, like never assume. I've learned that lesson. I've been told that before. You should never assume, but I'm assuming some people are. But I feel like you're gonna ruin it. You're gonna make us fucking make it, dude. It's gonna be like having the trash man do it. You know, like there's definitely like id Software was an American studio. They made good stuff. You know, there's a handful. But also like when you think about it too, some of the American studios that made amazing games, it was like, well, they used to make good games before they got ruined, you know, before Microsoft bought them and other huge companies. When you look back at some of the studios, like, what is it, like Looking Glass, some of the older PC stuff that used to come out and it was like amazing, genre defining, but you don't get that anymore. Those people are gone. Those companies are gone. And like what remains, like id Software used to be this amazing fucking studio. And it's like now, I don't know, man, like I'm not so interested in what id Software does anymore. I've heard good things about Doom 2016 and whatever that last Doom game was. I don't like the fucking like Norse mythology look to it where everyone's wearing like a fur coat and like a fucking Viking helmet. I'm like, no, I don't want to play as a Viking with a fucking chainsaw. No, I'm not into that. No, thank you. It's just like a style that I find kind of gross looking. And it's like just not appealing to me. I liked Doom 3. I liked Quake when I played it at a friend's house in the 90s. I liked Wolfenstein 3D when I played it in the early 90s. I never played the original Doom. I didn't play Doom 2. And I didn't play any of the new like Doom games that came out in the last like 10 years or so. Doom 2016 looked kind of cool and I just missed it. I just missed it at the time. I didn't have a PC at the time that could play games. I didn't want to play it on a console. And I waited until it was like too late. And I just never played that one. And the newest one, like, I don't know, if someone gives it to me, I'd probably check it out. But they're not the same company that they were back then. And they're certainly not now. But the Cyberpunk sequel, I'm a little worried that's like, oh, we're going to have an American studio doing it so that it feels more American. It's like, oh, dude, what is it going to feel like? I'm playing a GTA game now? That's not what I want from a Cyberpunk game. I let's hope they don't fucking do that. Let's hope it doesn't come off and is that kind of trash. Dude, those fucking GTA games have like some of the worst fucking characters in writing I have ever experienced in a fucking medium in my life. I do not like those fucking games. I don't understand why people are so excited. I think they're just people are easily manipulated. Right? Like they're being pulled along by social media like fucking idiots. Half of that shit was probably like paid for by Rockstar. They probably fucking bought some kind of like expensive like AI marketing tool that it's basically convinced a bunch of idiots that they should care about GTA 6. Every time I see it, I'm like, who fucking cares about this? Why do you give a fuck? Also, it's going to be a fucking like baseline console game. They haven't even announced, and you know they will eventually, but they haven't even announced plans to port it to like to have like a higher spec PC version of it or a next gen version of it. It's going to be a baseline like launch PS5 game. Like I can't get that excited about it. Even when you look at it from that point of view, it's like, okay, it's going to be for the console that's 6 years old at this point. It's going to be pretty compromised then if it's going to have to run on that fucking aged ass fucking thing. You better get out your fucking like can of compressed air and clean your PS5 out before you get that game, because it's probably going to overheat it and ruin it. I don't know, dude. I don't see why people would give a fuck about that. It's like, yeah, it looks like a good open world, like an impressive open world game. We don't get a shit ton of those that are at that scale. Otherwise, who fucking cares? And I think the characters in those games have always been repulsive. I don't want to play as that fucking guy with his dumbass fucking girlfriend that looks like a bitch. Think I want to fucking play that? Have you watched the trailers, dude? Why would you want a fantasy where you got some nagging rag? Like, you already know what that game is going to be like, dude. They're probably both going to cheat on each other in the story and get in like damn near gunfights with each other and then kiss and make up multiple times. Because these people look like peasant class people that cheat on each other. I feel like that's going to happen in the story. She's going to cheat on him. He's going to be at a party and he's going to fuck somebody. She's going to be there and see it or find out. She's going to open the door and he's going to be with some other girl. He's going to open the door. She's going to be with some guy. They're going to shoot at each other. Then they're going to kiss and make up. And I'm like, who the fuck wants to play that? The fuck? I just zero interest in having to put up with bullshit like that in a fantasy experience. I've played enough of Rockstar's games to know that like you're playing as a piece of trash. You're always playing as like a trash tier human being. And you are surrounding yourself with some of the scummiest, trashiest people on the fucking planet for most of the fucking game. And they often come off as it's like catered towards peasants. It's like their games are catered towards the peasant class. Isn't this what you guys like? And then don't you guys idolize this kind of thing? And then that's what you work. What do you work towards in all of their games is like having a nice car and expensive clothes and a bunch of money. That's like the end goal of every one of those fucking games. Get the fucking shit the fuck away from me. So I don't see what the fuck. I guess that's what most people find appealing. That's what they fantasize about. It's fucking depressing as fuck, dude. It's disappointing. That's not on my fucking list, by the way. But Cyberpunk 2077 is. And I liked the original game, or the sequel rather. I liked the original game, and I'm excited about the sequel, but I'm a little bit concerned. I'm a little concerned that because they're creating a new studio in the US and basically having Americans make it, that it's going to lose that like unique flavor that Cyberpunk had. I'm a little worried about that. And then after that one, I've got The Witcher 4. It's another one of their games. That one's closer to being something you could imagine because they've shown at least like a tech demo of it. And it's probably going to come out before the Cyberpunk sequel, right? Because I guess I'll talk about this now a little bit. But they announced the expansion that, hey, we're going to update The Witcher 3 with a new expansion coming out next year. And it's kind of wild to think that we're going to see an update, a brand new expansion that is likely going to be rather sizable for a game that came out in 2015, right? Like something that is literally 11 years old generally doesn't get a big fucking update. And I started to say this earlier. That concerns me a little bit because that game, despite it being a cool game and impressive for the time that it came out, the next gen update that they added to it during the pandemic really does bring it up to a higher visual level that's impressive. But that is like one of the most unstable fucking things I have ever tried to play in my life. I cannot believe how fucking bug-ridden, janky, cumbersome, and unstable that fucking game is. And I think for a lot of people that haven't played it before, or maybe they played it on their PS4, like I originally played The Witcher 3 on the PlayStation 4. Back when it came out in 2015, I really wanted to play it on PC, but I did not have a PC capable of playing a game like that. And I was like, I'm going to wait. I'll build a new PC and get this game for it. And it never happened. And eventually, like a couple of years later, it went on sale. I don't remember for how much. Just it was cheaper than its original price. And I picked it up digitally on the PS4, which bothered me. I remember thinking, like, I don't want this digitally on my PS4. I don't want to have a digital fucking game on here. And it's like immediately, like right away, I didn't like playing the game. Simply because of that. Every single time I played it, I'm like, ugh. Just because it was digital and like all my other games were physical games. And like that always bothered me on the PS4. That was the only game I've ever played on the PS4 or like console game in general that hard crashed the console multiple fucking times. Like I want to say I didn't, like I said, I didn't play games during the pandemic, but I remember hearing years later, I remember hearing like there was so much like negativity around CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk 2077 when it launched because it was so full of bugs and issues that Sony even pulled it off PSN. You couldn't even buy it. They pulled it off the store. It was like, we're removing this from the store until you fix this fucking mess, this fucking shit pile. This is not fucking a finished product. And they did fix it, but it took them a long time. And see, I didn't play it until they fixed it. So like when I played, I'm like, this is amazing. But I imagine for a lot of people that had that initial bitter experience, they probably never really changed their feeling about it. And when I played The Witcher 3 on the PS4, dude, it was kind of a shitty experience. It crashed the PS4 all the fucking time. I would go to like an item shop to buy an item. And like I would be like afraid to use shops in the game because I became like accustomed to like, okay, most of the time when I go to a shop, it just crashes. And you'd get into the shop and all of a sudden like it would start glitching out. Some of the like the icons for items would start like doing weird things, like duplicating and shit. And like the character model of the shopkeeper would start like glitching and having all these like graphical issues. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then it would crash. and I'd lose I'd lose like progress in the game, and it became kind of like unplayable. And I'm like, this is fucked up, dude. And it's like a console game. Like they should never do this on console. And years later, I play it on PC. It is still this crashy fucking mess of shit that it's like ruining the experience. It will crash like a dozen times a day if you're going to play it for a long period. It'll crash most prominently if you change equipment. You want to change your sword, your weapon, or change a piece of armor. Hard crash immediately. The second you click to change the item, immediate freeze, and you're like, oh, fuck. You know immediately what happened, and then the little fucking window comes up. The Witcher 3 has crashed. Send an error report? It's like, dude, they must have a fucking, like, they must have like a server rack of hard drives, you know, like petabytes of fucking error logs from people sending those things in. I'm not fucking kidding, dude. Because I keep the game on a second drive. I have like a game drive that my games are installed to, so that my main C drive on the computer isn't being taken up by games. And I had like a couple 100 gigs of free space on my C drive. I didn't want to have it filled right to the brim if I could help it. And then recently, that fucking drive, I got a warning, drive's almost full. And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't put shit on this fucking drive. And I look at it and it's like, got like 1% space left. And while I'm looking at it, it's going up. It went up. It filled up like 5 gigs over like a couple of minutes. And like nothing was happening on the computer. I wasn't running any programs. I wasn't downloading anything. I hadn't installed anything in fucking years, I think, on the C drive. And I'm like, what is going on? And like, come to find out that when the Witcher 3 crashes, it creates logs on your C drive that just keep generating forever until your drive's full. Even after it's closed, and you don't know what's happening. It's happening behind the scenes, and it's happening in a hidden folder that you'll never find unless you know to unhide the folder and exactly where it is. It's like so fucked up. I feel like, and then I found a workaround to block that from ever happening again. So now it can't copy to that folder anymore. It tries to every time it crashes, and I've now prevented that from happening. And I imagine a lot of people are going to get interested in like The Witcher 4. They're talking about it a lot, right? Like CD Projekt is they don't have a new product, and they won't for years, right? Cyberpunk's sequel is probably like 8 fucking years away, minimum. Probably at least 8 years away. I'll bet you. And The Witcher 4 is probably like 3 years away. I'm going to bet you don't see that game for like 3 fucking years, at least. And so in that meantime, in the next 3 years, what are they going to have to generate revenue beyond, well, we got some games that came out like 20 years ago. So they're working with another studio to add an expansion to the Witcher 3. And I want to say that the only thing they announced was the system requirements for not only the expansion, but the base game are going to be going up significantly once it comes out, which leads me to believe, and I'm just speculating, I'm kind of like logic dictates, that they're going to do something to the entire base game as well that is going to require higher system requirements. I'm just guessing that possibly they're adding some kind of enhanced lighting system or something like that. And now you're going to need like way better fucking hardware if you want to see the game looking the way they're going to be advertising it. When they advertise it in trailers and screenshots, it ain't going to look like that for you unless you got the latest kit. Good luck fucking affording it, by the way. What the fucking price is now. Fuck. But like they're working on this expansion. It's supposed to come out next year. They're going to be building up. I think this week there's that, what is it, Gamescom? There's going to be an event this week where you're going to actually see for the first time some kind of trailer or teaser of the expansion. And I'm going to guess, I think they said there's going to be something like the next day. Maybe it's like an employee playing it on a stage or in some kind of closed room where you can like watch. You can watch me play, but you can't touch the controller. I don't know if they're going to, or if they're going to let people play it. I don't know. But there's going to be some coverage of the expansion and maybe something else they haven't announced. And they're going to be building up hype for that game. And you're going to have people wanting to play it. People that have never played it. You're going to have people for the first time in their lives going onto Steam and be like, dude, I want to play this. Sounds cool. And they're going to buy the game. And I wouldn't be surprised if they put it on sale again to try to like get people buying this thing. And it's like, hey, we're a promotional event this week. And you get a bunch of people buying the game to get into it and get pumped and hyped up and ready for the expansion that comes out next year. And they're going to be in for a real fucking shocker, a real rude awakening when it bitch ass fucking crashes like 50 fucking times a day for everything. It crashes when you change equipment. It crashes when you change weapons, change armor. It crashes when you add like a rune to your armor or equipment. It crashes when you load a game. It crashes when you close a game. It crashes when you transition areas. It crashes when you're walking around and you seemingly nothing else is going on. It just crashes all the fucking time. And then it starts creating this perpetual like loop of error logs in a hidden folder on your C drive. If your game's not even installed on that drive, too fucking bad, you're just going to fill that bitch up. And if you don't know what's happening, because there's no indication it's happening, unless you're monitoring your drive's capacity constantly. Is anything mysteriously writing files to my drive? How many people are monitoring that all the time? You're not going to know what's happening until it's too late. And if you don't realize it's happening and it goes on for months, you could literally have terabytes of junk trash files on your C drive from that fucking game. The idea that these motherfuckers haven't fixed that and they want to sell you a brand new expansion blows my fucking mind. Fix the fucking thing first. Holy shit, dude. I can't believe how fucking broken it is. Like the idea that it could do that to your C drive is what really fucking pushed me over the edge. That blew my fucking mind that was going on behind the scenes with that fucking thing. And that it's a known issue to like users. And surely the company knows about it, but it's probably like, dude, to fix that would require so much manpower, so much time. Fuck that, dude. We're not going to do that. It probably cost way too much money. And like, you imagine like when the James Webb Space Telescope was having some issues, like opening up one of its sails or whatever. It was like, I don't know, it was like 1% of the time, it was like a slight anomaly when it opened. Tear the whole thing apart. This is going to add $10 billion and it's going to take another 10 years. They did that. They had to tear the whole thing apart and like redo it because like one of the sails like had this slight anomaly when it's like, we can't risk the slightest chance that this thing won't open once it's deployed because we will have no way to go up there and fix it. So like it like put like years and billions of dollars onto that fucking thing. If I remember reading something about that, dude. Like sometimes like they'd probably have to tear that engine to pieces and have like all hands on deck for like years and hundreds of millions of dollars to try to fix some of these issues. And they're just like, dude, fucking not worth it. No, not doing that. They'd probably talk to their engineers and it's like, I am never touching that engine again. That is a nightmare engine. It's the red engine for a fucking reason, dude. I almost died. I refuse to work on it ever again. Like they probably have some really bad experiences with their own tools. And it's probably one of the reasons why they moved to Unreal Engine 5. Because it probably sucks to use. They probably like, hey Rich, hey Bill, we've got some issues with the error reports, and like, what would it take for? I am not touching that engine. Are you fucking kidding me? All right, Bill, don't worry about it. Bill, we won't bring it up again, Bill. They probably have like fucking PTSD working on that game and with those tools. Because it's probably not like an easy task to tear that fucking thing apart and try to fix the root cause of the billion fucking issues that it has. It's got a lot. It's like a fucking leaking boat. It's like bursting leaks from every fucking seam. And at some point, it's like, just get a new fucking boat, dude. The fuck ain't even worth it anymore. That's probably what it's like. But they're releasing an expansion for it. So if you want to play it, that's going to be your experience. It's going to be that bitch crashing on you and fucking your C drive behind the scenes without you knowing until it's too late. It's going to be so many issues, dude. I mean, that fucker crashed my PS4. I don't know what its track record is on the PS5. I never played that version. But I know on the PS4, dude, it was like a buggy mess that crashed the console. I don't know if they ever fixed that with the console. I just know on PC, dude, that bitch is still a fucking leaking mess. It's like almost unplayable at times, like shockingly so. And I'm like, dude, and they're releasing an update for this that they're going to sell. And there's probably a lot of people that have never played it, as I was saying. And they're going to get it excited and then run into all the issues that I've had and more. And like one of the number one fixes is like, we'll disable DirectX 12 and all of the ray tracing. Disable all of the modern features they added to the game that make it worth playing. I don't want to play a 20-year-old dated ass fucking game. I want to play the thing that they made, the thing they updated, the thing that they advertised, the thing that's in all the screenshots and all the trailers, the thing they put all this effort into that makes it look cool and modern. I don't want to play the old shitty version and disable all the fucking modern effects. That's not a fix. Dude, that is not a fix. The fuck are you talking about? But that's like what a lot of people will recommend. Well, you need to turn all that stuff off, duh. It's like, no, I fucking don't. They need to fix it. The fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? So I'm looking forward to The Witcher 4, and maybe it's a good thing they're moving to Unreal Engine, because their Red Engine is like a fucking problem, I think. And I'm worried about the expansion. I'm worried it's going to, because like they announced like the system requirements are going to be even higher for not just the expansion, but I'm pretty sure they said the whole base game, once that expansion comes out, the entire package will now have much higher system requirements. And it's like, so this leaking ship that barely functions half the fucking time, you're going to push it even harder? Is that what I'm being told? Like you're going to like tack on even more shit to this thing that's going to make it even more unstable? Is that what I'm picking up here? And then the solution is going to be to disable all that stuff? We'll just turn all those features off so that it looks like a fucking PS1 game. Like a launch PS1 game. No! What the fuck? Like, but The Witcher 4 could be exciting if it doesn't have all those issues. And then number 7, Forest 3. I've never played any of those Forest games. I just know when I saw that trailer for Forest 3, I'm like, this looks interesting. It looks so weird and creative and different. And, you know, it has that somewhat generic Unreal Engine look to it. I feel like not everything, but most of the games that use Unreal Engine have a very similar appearance, like aesthetic or something. But the Forest 3 has this kind of alien vibe going on that I was not expecting. I don't know much about those Forest games, and I don't care enough to play all of those older games and look into them and read them. I'm not the kind of person that goes on YouTube. I mentioned in the beginning of this. I will probably not be on this platform much longer. I don't like YouTube. I don't like to go watch somebody break down like a series or an IP and give me some long form video, 3 to 5 hours on their favorite game, where they just talk about this one game for like fucking half a day and give me the full history. I don't like that shit. Fucking makes me sick. I can't stand hearing the script. I can't stand hearing the script and hearing the edits. You know, you can hear and see the video edits from their timeline and their video editor, and then you can hear the audio edits in their timeline from the video editor in these little 2 to 3 second chunks for like 6 fucking hours long. They'll say like one sentence or like 2 fucking words and then clip, next scene. And then they continue, clip, next scene. They continue. And you just hear these constant stop and start. You can hear it. It's these constant like 2 to 3 second edits for like 6 fucking hours. I can't stand it. And if you ever listen, like I just talk. And that's why I like the idea of Twitch, because it's like a live format. I'm just talking live on the fly with no script. And it's obvious. You listen to a lot of these people that spend most of their time making a heavily edited video, especially like long form videos, and it's just script reading and edits to make themselves sound professional and like they know what they're talking about. You ever listen to some of these people that participate in some kind of live format where they don't have a script and they're like, it's like you're live, like on a podcast or something, and like they can't do it. They don't sound like the same person anymore. And they don't sound like they know what they're talking about anymore. They sound kind of like a dipshit that doesn't know fucking shit because they're kind of phony. A lot of these people, from what I've seen and heard, they're kind of phony. They're not really an expert. They just spent a bunch of time writing shit down that they got off the internet, and then they assembled it together in a long fucking script, and then they read it in a video editor and like into a video editor, and then pasted it into little quick few second clips and did a bunch of retakes so that they sounded like a fucking expert. And like I can hear it and I can't stand it, and they can't talk in a live format ever. It's not, obviously not everybody, but some people. I've heard it and I'm like, dude, wow, is that the same dude? Wow, dude. Yeah, you can't do this. You shouldn't be doing this live format. Yuck. I probably shouldn't, but I don't want to do the editing script reading because I hate it and it sickens me. And I like a live format. It's real. I've always been the kind of person that likes something that's at least seemingly real, as real as it can be. I've always been like sensitive to that. You know, I meet somebody in real life and I pick up right away that they are presenting me with some kind of persona, some kind of falsity. And I pick like immediately, I perceive it and I'm just like immediately repulsed. Like immediately I'm like, fuck the fuck off. That's just how I react. Like immediately I'm like, fuck you. Yeah, I don't like you. It's like, but like that's how a lot of people are. They don't reveal themselves to you until they get to know you more. And then they decide whether or not they're going to like really reveal their true selves to someone. And my approach oftentimes is I probably come off as like maybe like a prick or an asshole or I'd be like really quiet and I don't say anything depending on the situation. And it's like, that's kind of, it's not fake, but also you're not really getting to know me. You know, it's probably because like I'm uncomfortable in this situation. So I'm not going to fucking like be personal with you or whatever. But when I meet some people in real life and you can immediately pick up like, oh, this is the fakest motherfucker. Like I'm immediately repulsed. And it's like, yeah, don't fucking want to talk to you. And I'm like, I'm hypersensitive to that, and it bothers me. It's something just like actively dislike that. And so I don't like when people do a pre-recorded, highly produced video where they're playing a character. I don't like it. You know, there's some people on YouTube that I used to watch years ago, and that was their whole thing, and they still do it. They're playing a fucking character in their videos. It's fake and it's stupid. And it's like this highly edited, like takes them months to do a video that's a couple hours long. And it's them playing a character and reading a script with tons of flashy edits the whole time. And that, I'm not fucking 10. You know, if I was a kid, if I was a child or a teenager, essentially a child, I'd probably be more into it. But I'm not. So like, I find it like, get the fuck out of here. Like I find it repulsive, and I don't want to engage with it. So I like the idea. I like things that are just kind of like on the fly, someone just kind of being themselves to an extent, you know? But let's continue. So Forest 3 was my number 7 game. I'm like, that looks neat. I'm kind of curious. I like the look of this. This has a neat look. I like the weird alien sort of setting. Looks like they're on like another planet or something with weird alien creatures everywhere. And the visuals look really impressive. And then number 8, Dragon Quest XII, Beyond Dreams. Now, I don't know the exact developer, right? It's a Square Enix game, but I don't know if it's Square Enix internally developed or if it's being developed by some other studios. Because if you look at what generally comes out of Square Enix, it's not Dragon Quest. Or like I don't know what studio, I'm not deep enough in this stuff, right? I don't fully research everything to the smallest detail, and I don't care to. I don't know what studio Yuji Horii usually, probably different studios. I'm going to assume that Yuji Horii and his team, whoever he gets assigned to work with, however that works, they probably contract different teams for different projects. If I'm not mistaken, they've had different teams at different times. Like they've worked with Level 5 before, and they've worked with, what was it, like Art Piazza or something? There was some different teams they've worked with on different titles in the Dragon Quest series over the years. So I don't know who actually is working on this Dragon Quest XII game. I just know that when I watched the first official trailer that they showed off like a few months back, I was like, dude, actually that looks cool. I wasn't sure because it's been so long. We haven't really heard anything about this game. The last the last proper mainline Dragon Quest game was Dragon Quest XI. And I played that on the PlayStation 4. Man, my throat's getting really fucked up. And I loved that game. At the time, I'm like, yes, this is what next-gen RPGs should be. Why are there not more games? They don't have to be exactly like this, but why are there not more games like similar to this? This is what I've been waiting for so long, was to see RPGs like modernized. It's basically just an old school RPG with really nice modern visuals. That's all we need. What the fuck? We don't need all the other like dumb shit they keep doing with these fucking products. But Dragon Quest got it right. It was Dragon Quest again, but with modern visuals. And it was fucking awesome. I loved that game. I played it. It was too much. It was too long, dude. Holy shit, was that game fucking long. Even I was like getting burned the fuck out in that thing, but I finished it. Like you finish the whole fucking game and you get this really bittersweet ending. It's like, well, we did save the world, I guess, but fuck. I'm not happy about it. It's kind of how you feel at the end. And then you can just stop playing if you want, or you can keep playing the game and it keeps going for like 20 more hours and you can get an even different ending. It's almost like post-game content that actually is just more, the game's just not done. You can believe it's done now because you got an ending and there was end credits, but it lets you go back to the game afterwards and you can just kind of walk around and talk to people. And it's like, yeah, you saved the world, I guess. But without like spoiling anything, it's not a great ending. And you don't feel good about how it went down. And you can fucking change that if you play another 20 hours. You can just keep going and going and going. And there's new content and new areas and new story and new bosses. And it just goes on and on and on. But eventually you can get like the true good ending if you just stick with it for another third of the game, I guess. Is long. And I was like, oh my God, Jesus. Like, I want to see this through, but holy shit. But I really liked the game overall. And it's been so long since we've had anything else like that. And Dragon Quest 12, we just saw that little teaser, but I feel confident that they're going to do it again. And it'll be like another one of those amazing, like classic JRPGs, but modernized. And we get like one every 20 years now, I guess. They're few and far between. This kind of goes back to my original topic of pre-rendered backgrounds. Wouldn't that be cool to see that modernized? We don't need a game to cost $500 million. Like, you could do things. You look, especially when you look at some of the tools that make it easier, especially for professionals. You got a large team, a big company with a lot of resources. They can do a lot more with something like Unreal Engine, I'm going to assume, than a small team could with less experience and resource. But you've got tools now in the market that make it a lot easier. And with Unreal Engine 6, I mean, like, let's be honest, most people don't know what they're talking about. But there's like a lot of talk about, well, Epic is adding a lot of AI tools to Unreal Engine 6. They're excited about it, obviously. But most people seem to have, they're really negative about the idea that there's going to be AI in these tools. I don't know enough about the technology to speak intelligently about it one way or the other, really, other than to say most people probably don't either. So they probably shouldn't until they've learned more about it. And also they should probably accept that, like, whether you like it or not, dude, like, technology and tools are changing. That's just how it is. The end. The fucking end, dude. You know, you look at I've mentioned this in multiple videos, but like anything you do is being done. If you learn enough about it, you're going to find out there's things about it you ain't going to like, or you won't agree with. But it's convenient for you. So you'll just kind of, well, I can't do anything about it, so I'm not going to worry about it. You know, like every technology you use, every tool you use, every service you use, everything you basically do to probably live can be connected back to something that could be extremely negative that you wouldn't agree with. And it's just a lot of people are talking about it with AI. It's very vocal. And you just, I don't know, man. I like to take a step back and just try to maintain some semblance of like perspective over these situations. Like, there's tools. They have developed a tool set that could potentially do things more quickly and efficiently than it would take. Like, I mentioned this in one of my early videos about this basic example I made of like some artist that has to like make realistic textures on a shoelace, and he hates it because they want to make some cool ass shoes or some other element in the game that they enjoy. And they're micromanaging this dumbass fucking element that nobody is going to pay attention to. But if there was an AI tool in his toolbox that he could click on it and it would just like fucking make the shoelace look realistic, and then he could move the fuck on. Like a lot of people would probably be negative about that. Like, oh, you cheated and you used AI and this is shit. Now I'm going to fucking protest the game. And it's like, okay, so now what you want, so what you're saying, you would rather, instead of this guy they make, whoever it is, just in my example, this guy makes content that he likes by hand. He designed the character. He designed the clothing. He designed the shoes. And he did that and he enjoyed it. You would rather he did something he hated and did a shit fucking job at it rather than use the helpful tool that let him get to the thing he wanted to do and do it well. You know what I mean? Like, you have to fucking perspective. There's a lot of shit fucking tasks that people have to do in their lives that suck. And because they're so fucking bad and they take so much fucking time, it ruins everything else they do. They no longer are feeling positive enough about anything else to do a good job or have the energy or the time because they're wasting so much fucking time doing stupid shit. And I could see, like, as these games and these technologies become more and more and more complicated and just an absolute fucking resource and time sink, that having tools in the toolbox in your palette while you're using Unreal Engine, it's a fucking suite of fucking tools. You know, this isn't somebody out there with a knife and a piece of wood carving. The whole thing's like a fake set of digital tools. None of it's fucking real, first of fucking all. And most of it's a bunch of like math equations and shit and fucking like theories and concepts and physics under the hood. None of it's fucking real in the first fucking place. And like some of those tools in the toolbox is helping that person get to their end goal more quickly or efficiently, or allowing them to get the shit task out of the way that sucks so they can do the tasks that they're good at and that they enjoy. You know, not everything that people do is worth people doing. There's plenty of people that fucking suck at certain tasks or at everything. Myself, I'm one of them. But they suck at everything. And like you don't always want people making and doing everything because they're often bad at it. And look what happens when a game comes out. And because we're talking about games here. Look what happens when a game comes out and the people that made it weren't very good at it. Fucking trash, sucks, and everybody's really nasty and tear those people down and put them down. They're extremely hateful towards those people because they weren't there. You're not good enough for me, you piece of shit. That's how people act. Well, that was the real people doing it. Versus, you know, if they had some tools in the toolbox to help them that were AI assisted and maybe the game came out better. Would you still feel like, actually, the game's pretty good? If you didn't know about it, you'd love it. And then when you find out, you feel betrayed. They lied to me. I got tricked. I feel like I don't know enough about it at the end of the day, so I could be wrong. But I feel like as tools modernize and advance, having certain tasks, certain functions be AI assisted would be potentially massive time savers for production. If you've ever worked, because like you got to think at the end of the day, like there are artists on the team. Like when you hear about AI being used in a product, a lot of times it's what you're hearing about and what you're hearing about from people with agendas on news sites and shit is like, this piece of art was AI generated. Why do you think that is, right? Have you ever stopped to think about like why you think it's like the only thing that AI can do? Obviously not, because you hear people in the tech industry and in the science industries and in like programming talking about how helpful and useful it is. When you hear about it replacing an artist, first of all, it's probably not replacing an artist. And second, it's like it's easier for people for dumb fucks to feel like they understand it. Your average person isn't going to understand, and your average writer And like a news outlet also likely isn't going to understand the technicalities behind like programming to be able to write an intelligent article about programming and what the AI tool did with the programming. But when it comes to like, oh, this piece of art or this asset was replaced or done by AI, that's something that people can be like, well, I can understand that. I can understand pictures. I can understand a picture book. That's why you hear about that shit. Right? There's so many other fucking things happening under the hood besides somebody making some art when it comes to video games. The artist is like one thing on the team. Like you go back, I was just listening to Digital Foundry's retro podcast. I forget what they call it now, but they were talking with some developers from, I forget. They're talking about the Thief game, and they're talking about Looking Glass Studios, and they're talking about some of these studios from the 90s. And they were what stuck out in my mind was the like ridiculous amount of technical talent, not the artists. That's a separate discussion. That's a separate team. That's a separate skill set. But like the people that were behind like the coding and the technology under the hood for the engine and the physics calculations, physicists being hired to work on it, you know, mathematicians, that kind of shit. There's a lot of other shit going on where tools could potentially help speed up the process, especially for people that like, hey, we don't have anybody on the team and we can't afford to hire anybody on the team that's like a fucking physicist for CERN. And they don't want to help us make this fucking stupid child's toy. But we really need to have like a well-made physics system in our game. And Unreal Engine's, this is just like an example I'm making up, but like Unreal Engine's AI tool can help us get this physics system functioning properly in our game. And now it's got some cool physics. You know what I mean? Like shit like that, it could help with potentially to make things possible and to save a lot of time and money. It's not always like all you're ever hearing is like, it's going to replace jobs and it's going to make all the art's going to be fake. And it's like, dude, no, people want real art. There's going to be a place for real art and artists. There's so much more shit going on that is not art. When it comes to, like, the artist is done. He's like, dude, I finished my art 5 years ago, but they're still working on the engine and shit. They still can't get it to run well. They don't have enough physicists. The physicists have more important shit to do. They don't care about, they're going to waste their time on a stupid fucking game and where they get paid like shit. But if like UE6 got some tools in it that's going to help speed that up, like I have no problem with that, dude. The fuck? It's all fake at the end of the day. If it would bother me if all the art was fake. You can see when there's like fake art. When you see that, when you see like AI art, like on on an adult site, and you see some AI thumbnails, you get the fuck out of here. The fuck, I'm gonna click on that shit. The fucking fuck out of here. I don't like that stuff. I don't like that kind of fake AI art. But when it comes to like some of the technical stuff under the hood, I feel like it could be beneficial and help save a lot of fucking time and headache and money potentially. But again, I don't know enough about it. I forgot how I got onto that topic, but somehow we got onto it, you know, like Unreal Engine 6 having, because a lot of people are like really negative about this idea. Like they're going to be using AI with UE6 and every fucking game is going to have that shit in there. And it's like, dude, everything you do has AI in it. AI's been around since the fucking early days, dude. It's just a marketing term. It's not really intelligence. It's just a marketing term that they're putting on their fucking server racks that can do some complex calculations quickly. That's it, dude. You know, we had AI in Nintendo games in the 80s. It said AI in it. Nobody was losing their shit about it. And like, yeah, but they got these giant data centers. Like, yeah, it does seem really wasteful. And it probably won't scale like this for forever. But at the same time, data centers are not a new thing. And nobody seemed to give two fucking fucks when they've got to store their fucking, all their dumbass photos from the last 30 years onto the fucking cloud, and all their videos and movies, and they're using cloud services for everything. That's all on data centers. It's all in data centers and server racks that are taking up massive amounts of real estate and sucking a ton. It is like a little different. It seems to be scaling more quickly and rapidly, which is concerning. It probably won't last. But some technologies will likely come from it that help with efficiencies, because people are always demanding things be better and faster. Like, partially blame your fucking self. Stop being so fucking demanding and wanting everything to be so much better and faster all the time. Seriously. And then like the same people that are so fucking negative about this kind of stuff. Like I said, when people make something and it doesn't turn out the way you wanted, you're really fucking mean to those people. That's not nice. That's wrong. That makes you a piece of shit. Maybe you should look in the mirror. Square Enix, they're using Unreal Engine for their next Dragon Quest game, and you're going to see this stuff. You're going to see eventually people are going to start switching to more modern tools that have AI functionality in them. But like, you're not using the tools. You know, eventually there will be a use case and people will talk about it intelligently, and you'll be able to make up your mind, I suppose. When you if you decide to listen to those discussions, like, right, like, watch one of those like technology like conferences or something. You know, sometimes there'll be talks where you got people like, I'm only using them because it comes to my mind because I don't know too many of these people. But when you listen to some of these talks like that John Carmack used to give on technology, like developer conferences, start watching a bunch of that stuff and soaking in hundreds of hours of tech talk on shit you probably have no fucking clue what they're saying. But like you would probably learn some of the use cases. I want to say for a while there, John Carmack used to come out and talk about, maybe he's not talking about it so much anymore because there's a lot of people that are like really negative about it. But for a while there, he was working on AI. Everyone loves him, but I want to say that's what he pivoted to. Like, he completely had pivoted all in on AI, and that's what he was working on was like AI assistants. And he saw this future where people would rent AI assistants to do everything that they do in their daily lives. And he was working on that technology. He was like really positive about it. You're going to see that stuff bleed into everything you do. And it's just how it's going to be. And some of it will be shit. Some of it won't. Some of it will be helpful. Some people will abuse it. And I think it'll become obvious. Once you like get over the fact that like technologies that you don't understand are being used to do things that you don't understand. You know, let's be honest. There's a handful of people out there that probably do, and most people have no fucking clue. Zero fucking clue, other than they read some stupid ass fucking comment on a forum. That's like the best thing they got going for their understanding. Maybe they watched a video on YouTube. I don't know. But like in real world, real life experience, 0%. So like they don't understand the technology and they don't understand how it's being used. and how it could be or couldn't be beneficial. Just they hate it. But eventually, like, you either just fucking accept it or you don't, and it will be used. And pretty much probably everything. Like everything, right? Like services like your banking and shopping. I mean, I can't even imagine, because I'm not smart. Probably just about any digital activity or service will have it, and will have like some sort of AI functionality. AI, like I said, is just a marketing term for computer calculations. What the fuck, dude? It's like, it's not like some fucking hyper intelligence. And dude, I will occasionally use Google's Gemini like search functionality. You know, like on their search engine on Google. I mean, like I've talked about this. Like Google, massive series of data centers around the world. And it's kind of like a giant evil corporation and company, and everybody loves it. Everyone's always like, I Googled this. And they have no problem with Googling stuff while they're getting Googled up the ass. But they have their search engine, like have additional functionality in their search engine now, where you can use their, I think it's called Gemini. I know Gemini is their app. I don't want that on my phone or anything. But on on a desktop, or like from the search engine, I will occasionally use that tool to help me get to an answer more quickly. And oh my God, dude, it is not always more quickly. Because like I said, it's not real intelligence. It's just like another way to search for things potentially more quickly and efficiently. And it is not always more quickly and efficiently. I was trying to figure out how to make a 3-dimensional object in a 2D photo editor. I wanted to know if it was possible. Like, I didn't want to actually make like a rotating polygonal object, but I wanted to create the illusion that it was 3-dimensional. And I wanted to know if it was possible and how I could go about doing that within the tool. Cause I was putting a bunch of photos together that I made, and I'm not very technically inclined. Like I'm not very good at using tools like that. I can do basic stuff. And then I'm like, I don't know how to use all these advanced features. I'm just too stupid. I have no idea what any of this shit means. And I was like, is it possible to create the appearance of a 3-dimensional cube, but like put my photos on it? And it was telling me like, oh yeah, you can do that. And it was telling me how to do it. And I'm like, okay, well, I tried that and it doesn't work. And then it would tell me a different way to do it. And I'm like, oh, that didn't work either. And then it would tell me another way. And then I got to the point where I was like, okay, you've just told me like 4 different ways to approach this, and none of them work. Oh, I understand that it can be frustrating when a piece of software doesn't do what you want it to do. And I'm like, you fucking piece of shit. And I eventually got to this point where I'm like, I think you're failing to tell me something here. I was like, I need to connect multiple objects. I can't explain this very well, but I need to connect multiple objects in this photo editor somehow. I need to make them all linked together for this to work. You are right. How intuitive. You're right. I failed to mention that. You're totally right. And it's just like hours were wasted going back and forth with this somewhat useless piece of shit, because I don't know how to use like the tool in an advanced capacity, but I felt like it would potentially allow me to somehow create a 3D object, or like the illusion of a 3D object. I just didn't know how to do it. And I kind of ended up figuring out like a rough way to do it, but I never really got there. And like the tool, you know, it acted like it knew and it could tell me exactly how, and none of its fucking solutions did jack fucking shit. And they often were like completely fucking wrong. And it's not intelligent, and it's like, it's not gonna fucking, I think a lot of people think it's going to like be taking people's jobs away and that it's going to cause all this damage. And I just don't see that happening. I don't know if enough about it. Like I could be wrong. I feel like it's going to be like, it's like I said, like using it as like an advanced search function. It is going to be like another series of tools in your tool suite. You've got all these like icons and various tools in an editor like Unreal Engine. And it's going to be one of those tools that can help you to perform certain tasks more efficiently or quickly. Sometimes, other times it might not be the right tool. It's like with any suite of tools, there's often multiple ways to get to the same goal. But they're not, it's not always like, yeah, you could potentially get to that same goal via different routes, but some of those routes might not be worth it. And sometimes using like the AI assisted tool might not be the right way or worth it. It would maybe lead you down too many dead ends, or it wouldn't get you close enough to what you were hoping to get with your goal. And you could have done it manually better, like differently or whatever. It's just, I feel like there's going to be certain tasks where you're going to have benefit and certain tasks where you're not. And over time, like every fucking kind of tool that's ever been made, it evolves, things about it improve, but like there's always going to be multiple tools in the toolbox and it gets more complex over time. It's never going to be just this fucking one button and everything's just done. Right? You're going to see these like proof of concept things where somebody like generated a game with some kind of AI system for a few seconds. Maybe it gets to the point where they can generate a 3D simulated, like AI, built by AI simulation that is constantly maintained. And that's going to be a certain flavor that some people might like sometimes. Like it could be a new genre. It doesn't mean it's evil or that it's trash. You know, I don't like MMOs. I think MMOs are trash. Like I've never liked those fucking things. Plenty of people love those fucking games. It's a specific type of game that never used to exist. And then it came about because of the internet and massive data centers all over the fucking planet connected by cables across the fucking ocean. And trillions of dollars being blown on this stuff. And then they're like, hey, how can we harness all that to make a fucking stupid kid's toy that we can charge money to play every month? And it looks like dog shit and sucks. And people love that. They love those fucking games. They love playing World of Warcraft and whatever other fucking MMOs. There's a lot of MMOs out there, but it's a certain flavor and style and genre. And you can tell right away when you see it too. Like, oh, yuck. Yeah, that's an MMO. Ugh, disgusting. You can tell right away. It's got all the telltale signs and you know whether or not it's for you or not. And there could be like a new sort of style and genre that's like AI. This world, this area, this game this experience is AI generated and it'll be obvious. And some people might like it. There could be things about it that are kind of fun. Like it was fun to fuck around with, like Minecraft. Minecraft is not for everybody. And for some people, it's only sometimes. I like it once in a while, but I don't like it all the time. Or it's my favorite game. That's all I play. It's a certain flavor that's different for different people. And it could get something just like that as AI tools mature. It doesn't make it wrong. Doesn't make it a bad thing. It shouldn't exist. It's going to be a new technology that could help, right? There's so many different layers. There could be tools that are used in an engine that just help make things more efficient. They could also be abused, and it'll probably be fucking obvious when they're abused. Or there might even be some tools that mature where like the whole game is made with this thing. But like you look at games that are like randomly generated, right? People love games like, what the hell is that open world game called that came out like 10 years ago and what is it? No Man's Sky? I dislike that game quite a bit. And I've tried playing it a few times. it lacks identity and soul. The whole fucking thing is randomly generated. It's just like a bunch of randomly generated math. And it feels it and looks it. And I can't stand it. And people love it. So fucking good. It might as well be AI generated is how I feel about that thing. It just feels so soulless and fake. It feels like a computer made this. That's the feeling I get when I try to play it. And it lacks purpose and soul. I don't know how else to put it. And I've never liked it. And I bought it day one. And then I tried playing it a few years later after I got all these big updates and everyone praised it as being like life-changing. And I still can't fucking stand it. But people love that fucking thing. It's like all randomly generated. I don't like games like that. Like there's games that came out like in the 80s. They're like randomly generated RPGs where like every room, every dungeon is randomly generated. Every time, like a roguelike kind of game, which is such a stupid fucking genre. But it's like this other game. I'm still too dumb to come up with a fucking name for it, so we're going to keep calling it that. I used to wonder, like, what does that mean? It's just, nobody ever came up with a fucking name, I guess. You're still saying it's like this fucking like old Atari game or whatever the fucking piece of shit that is like the most dated ass fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Rogue. It's like the most dated ass fucking like ASCII graphics. Looks like dog shit from like 1910. First computer ever made or something. And people are still calling modern games a roguelike because it's like randomly generated. Figure a name out by now. What the fuck? I'd rather call it a game with randomly generated environments than ever call it a roguelike. The fuck is that? But people call it that still because they're dumb. And like I said, people just copy each other. But people love this. It's your favorite genre. And it's like, it's all randomly generated. It might as well be AI generated. It's like another way to put it. It's like basically means the same fucking thing. I don't fucking get it, dude. You're okay with one but not the other? What if I called it rogue generated or something? Oh, I guess that's okay. Let's move on though. I lost track. My number 9. This is a long list. It's not really a long list, but it's taking me a long time. I went with something a little different because most of these are like big budget, expensive games. This one here is probably much smaller budget. The Steins Gate reboot. I think that actually just came out like a couple days ago. I thought that'd be a cool game to check out at some point. I can't afford it right now, dude. The game's like $60 or something. It's a visual novel. It costs more than buying like a AAA, like buying her like Horizon Forbidden West. I understand it's new, but Jesus. But I liked Steins Gate. That was the first visual novel I ever played. I was like testing the waters to see like, do I like this? I was trying to find a visual novel that would be interesting. Because I'd heard about them, but I never gave them a chance. They always seemed like a waste of money. It seemed stupid. It was like a picture book. It's like, who the fuck? What do you even do? You're just looking at pictures and then you're done? And then if they want like fucking $100 for it, the fuck is this? But I tried Steins Gate after looking into like what's a recommended one to try. Because I was curious. I've mentioned it in one of my videos that I did while I was playing a game. But I was playing Artanelico, Koga, Nell of RCL. I was playing that on the PS3, and there were sections of that game that were kind of like a visual novel. And I didn't quite know that. I was just like, when I played it, I thought to myself, is this what a visual novel is like? Is like this part of the game right here? Because this could actually be kind of cool. I could play a whole game that's just this sort of content. And so I looked into it and I went with Steins Gate and I tried it out. I played it on the PlayStation Vita And let me tell you what, that fucking hurt my hands and my wrists holding that little thing for that many hours playing a visual novel. But that's what I did. And I liked that a lot. Like I know like 4 words, so I say the same thing constantly, but I liked it a lot. And I liked it so much that I got the sequel, Steins Gate Zero, and then I got Chaos Child, and I played that. And then I got a couple of PC visual novels that I didn't end up playing until like last year. What it was, You and Me and Her was one of them. And then the other one was Song of Saya. And a couple more, I just can't remember the names. And I generally like visual novels. I have to be in the mood, for sure. But it's a cool genre, kind of game related. It's different than playing a traditional video game. It's more like playing, it's kind of like a choose your own adventure book, where you occasionally get to make a choice. Otherwise, you're reading a ton of text and you are in control of pressing the button, deciding when that text box proceeds to like the next text box. But it's voice acted. It's got cool art. It's got music, sound effects. It's pretty cool. And I played Steins Gate. I liked that game. I think it's cool. I'm not sure if I would still like it because that was a few years ago. You know, I played it in like 2018. So it was in my mind, it was like a year or two ago, but obviously that's longer than that. So like fucking 8 years ago is weird. It's like, what the fuck? That's actually kind of a long time. And I'm not sure if I'd still be into it. I might start to play it now and be like, this is dumb, stupid kid story. I don't know, but I liked it at the time. And I saw that they're releasing, or they just released, I guess, the reboot, which looks cool. It's got all new art. They got the same artist to do the character art again, but the art animates whatever engine they're using. It animates the art, and I have mixed feelings about it. It's kind of neat, but it also looks a little weird. And then they redid like all new backgrounds, so the backgrounds look refreshed. I think it looks cool overall. It looks pretty cool. I would potentially play it if I had it. So I put that on the list. And then my number 10 is Control Resonant. I liked Control. I liked Alan Wake 2 quite a bit. And Control Resonant looks fucking cool. So that's my number 10 on my list of games I'm looking forward to. You know, there's so many fucking games coming out. Like thousands and thousands. And I can't play that many. I'm very picky and choosy about what I engage with. And that's 10 games that I would potentially consider playing. And there's probably more. And I suspect, I'm kind of excited, I'm hopeful, that this week we'll see some announcements for new games that we haven't heard of before that I will be excited about. You know? There's other games coming out that are modern, slick-looking games, like that Wolverine game. I'm not interested in it. I don't like it. I don't like the art. I don't like modern Marvel anything. I just don't like the way it looks. I'm not into superhero games at all. You know, I forget the name of that studio, but they did those Spider-Man games. I don't like Spider-Man. I think Spider-Man looks dumb as fuck. I don't want to play as a stupid guy wearing a fucking blue and red outfit. Fucking disgusting. The last thing I want to do. So maybe not the last, but it's down there. It's on the list. And I've looked at it before and I'm like, man, the game looks cool, but what the fuck? I don't want to play as Spider-Man. Yuck. So I refuse to even touch those fucking games. And like Wolverine is like better than Spider-Man, but I just don't like the overall like aesthetic and art style they went for. It's like modern Marvel. No, thank you. I don't like it. I was into Marvel in the 90s when I was like 12 or something. So I I like that like 90s Marvel from like the X-Men. The X-Men cartoon I watched, but like, you know, the art's not great. The cards, some of those Marvel cards, and I'm assuming the comics, I wasn't a comic person, but I collected the cards when I was a kid in the 90s, and some of that art was fucking cool. And the X-Men game by Konami in the arcades was cool. I liked that stuff. I think it'd be kind of neat if they went with a style like that, but slick. You know, like you look at that Marvel Tokon fighting game, and imagine if they did something kind of similar to that style, but instead of a fighting game, it's a game maybe kind of like that Wolverine game or the Spider-Man games. You know, you get to play as different Marvel characters. The game that always comes to my mind is Infamous Second Son on the PS4. That game reminded me, I was like, dude, this is what a modern like Marvel game should be like. They're doing it right here with Infamous Second Son. It's like all but name like what a fucking modern Marvel superhero game should be like. You got all these cool fucking mutants with superpowers, and it looks fucking amazing. Some of the best graphics of the fucking generation at the time when it came out. And it's fun to play. Zipping around the fucking city is like a fucking beam of light, absorbing energy off neon signs, like turning into a bunch of like ember particles and going up like a fucking vent and coming out on the roof of a building and materializing as a person and shooting like fire and shit at people. Dude, that shit was so fucking cool. They should have taken inspiration from that and made, if they're going to do a modern Marvel game, like something like that. But like the stuff I'm seeing, it's like cheesy with art that I don't want to criticize other people's art. It's just a style that I'm not interested in. And no, thank you. And that limited edition PS5 looks fucking repulsive. Yuck. Ugh. Disgusting, dude. What the fuck, by the way? So anyway, this is my top 10 games that I'm looking forward to. And I have a couple of other things on my list here of notes. So I got this from videogamechronicle.com. They had an article on there where Sony they're kind of like maybe like pivoting a little bit with their marketing, and they're using some new language regarding PlayStation 5 exclusives. It's the sort of thing they haven't really used recently, or until recently. You saw this with both Sony and Microsoft. They were diversifying, they were spreading out. We want our games on as many platforms as possible, is basically what they were saying. And they were putting their games on like each other's platforms. They were putting their games on fucking PC. And then all of a sudden they started reining that back. And if you look at it, you look at the market, it's like kind of obvious why they're doing that, right? They did it for a little while to make some cash. You know, it's like when criminals, they normally fight each other. The gangs are fighting and shit. The criminal like overlords are fucking fighting. Every once in a while, they have like a business transaction and they help each other out to make some money. And then it's back to fucking each other in the ass. That's what it's like. And they're ramping up for their new consoles is obviously what's going on, right? Like Sony's got to start getting people interested again, and they've got to try even harder now because they've got so much like negative news coming out. Like we're not releasing physical media of any kind. No games, no movies. We're done with all physical media. And they're raising their prices on everything. The systems cost like twice what they costed when they came out 6 fucking years ago. They, at this point, PS5 should be like $199. The Xbox Series X should be like $199. I'm not kidding. That's what the fucking price should be right now. And this is when you would get like a big influx. This is when the general, like, this is when like the poor class, the average majority starts buying your console like en masse, is when it drops down to like sub $200. It's like $199, $149. That's when the majority starts buying it. That's when you get the majority. No, like you start off for many years, it's like the real hardcore diehard gamers. And then it's the people that are pretty serious, but they're not that serious. And then it's the people that are like, I'm a gamer, but you know, I can make do with what I've got or whatever. I can wait. And then eventually it's like the average peasant class, poor people that don't really know shit from shit. That's when they start buying it. That's when like the hundreds of millions of people just start, like every kid's got one under the tree for Christmas sort of thing, is when it's like $199 to $149. They don't have that anymore. Now it's like $1,000 fucking dollars. What did I see that fucking Xbox Series X green? It's going to be a green, transparent green, so that you can see like how poorly it's put together on the inside, and maybe you can see like manufacturing flaws, because that version of the console is going to be like $900. What the fuck is that? Get the fuck out of here. That bitch should be like $199. So Sony, like, cause they're trying to get people to be interested in their products. Like, well, we don't make cool hardware anymore. We don't make physical media. We're not going to make fucking TVs and CD players and Walkmans and Blu-ray players. We're not going to make any technology anymore. What are you making? The fuck do you... They're basically becoming like Sega after they got out of the console business. It's what it seems like to me. You give them another fucking 5 or 10 years and they're just going to have like a equivalence of like a Sonic adventure game. And that's about it. And maybe like a Yakuza game. They're going to have like their equivalents of that and nothing else. Is basically what you're probably going to get from Sony. And it's going to be digital. It's just going to be a couple of like digital fucking IPs that you don't really care about anymore. It's my guess. It's like, looks like the way we're going, but currently they're trying to get people like pulled back into their ecosystem. My biology teacher in high school, maybe it was junior high, called it an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem. And she had a reason for calling it that. It was like the way that things echoed. I don't remember exactly how she put it. And then I stopped hearing people call it an ecosystem, and they called it an ecosystem. What is it actually? I'm not even sure anymore. Teachers should know, but I've heard it different from different teachers. But let's call it the ecosystem. Like what else am I thinking of that's got eco in it? Like, well, not the game eco. That's spelled different, but let's change the subject. So the PS5 exclusives, it's like what were the games I read here? Games like Wolverine, Ghost of Yotei, and Astrobot. Those are exclusives. You're not getting those on anything else. Not on the PC, not on competitor systems. It's only on the PS5. And probably on the PS6 when that comes out, I'll imagine. They need people to come back to their, like they need the exclusivity to get people back on board. Because otherwise, like, what the fuck point? Why would you spend any money on Sony's hardware? Right? You basically have no reason to. They're not making games anymore. So it's like, well, I don't even have a reason to buy their games anymore. Like, cause I used to get a PS5 and buy their console and then buy their games. Cause then I'd have like a physical collection. But if they're not even doing that, I imagine for most people, like, yeah, who fucking cares now? I'll just go to PC for all my shit. Like, it's better on there. I can do anything I want. The graphics are better, more games. So Sony's pulling that. They're like, oh, we won't put them there anymore. Now you have to buy our console. It's the only way now you get to play their games. But it's like, I don't know, man. How many games are they going to fucking have that makes that worthwhile? Like fucking 2? You really care that much about another Horizon game? I kind of don't. And like Naughty Dog, like their games are generally pretty damn good, and they're impressive technically and visually and everything, the presentation and all that. But you get like one a generation, maybe possibly they get to improve on that, right? Like there were some hiccups this generation, and they were talking about this on Digital Foundry recently. Like Sony has made a lot of really bad decisions, their upper management team, when it came to and I this kind of connects a little bit to what I was saying earlier about you can't take a creative entity and just kind of like pull it around. It's so fucking delicate. It's like growing, you know, it's like this growing, delicate, I don't know how to put it, you know, it's so fragile. And in the moment you start fucking with it, you basically have destroyed it. And they don't understand that because these are not creative people. And they've basically ruined all of their fucking IPs and all of their studios for this whole fucking console generation. Like all of the big ones, all of the ones like that they own, they've basically destroyed every fucking one of them. If they didn't outright shit can the studio and shut it down because they didn't get the result they wanted because of their fucking stupidity, they caused massive, massive damage to that studio. Naughty Dog hasn't been able to release a single fucking thing this whole fucking generation because of it. And like with some of their other studios, you got like maybe one game. And at this point, 6 years in, it should be a lot more than that. You can't just use that excuse like, well, the games take longer to make. No, dude, that's not. Look at what Capcom's doing. They've got big, expensive, proper ass games, and they've like, how many fucking games have they released this generation? Like fucking 10. Like they had a lot of games come out in the last like 6 fucking years, and some really impressive stuff that people seem to love, and diversity. And they're big games, like the Resident Evil games. They've had a bunch of them motherfuckers. And Pragmata, brand new fucking IP. And it's good and people love it. And it's got some really cool modern tech. Dragon's Dogma 2, fucking awesome, dude. That game is sick as fuck. It's like the kind of thing you would have seen on like the Sega Saturn, but in 3D with modern 3D graphics. Fucking cool ass fucking game, that one. And they just keep doing it. And like they can handle it. Capcom isn't, I'm sure they're a big studio. I want to say years ago when Keiji Inafune was like running essentially their production. I think I remember him saying they had like, maybe it was like 4 production lines. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But like they have multiple production lines working on multiple projects at the same time. They've got a process. They've got it down. They've probably got a pretty sizable staff, but also I don't think they're spending no fucking like $250 to $500 million on every game that they make. And I don't think they've got thousands and thousands of employees. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is the case. I don't know. I feel like they've got like a well-oiled machine, and they've got like a certain scope. If you look at Capcom's projects, they never look too bloated, right? They never look too bloated or overly ambitious. They've got a scope, they rein it in, they get it done, and they release it. And they generally come out pretty damn finished. There's a little bit of polish here and there. Oh, the Monster Hunters, the other big one that they did this generation. Like so many big budget, modern looking, unique IPs. You know, like Resident Evil, Pragmata, Monster Hunter, Dragon's Dogma 2. Anyway, Sony hasn't been able to pull that off. They obviously don't have the same leadership team in place that companies like Capcom have. Obviously. They're chasing trends. Like these trend chasers. You're a fucking idiot when you do shit like that. That's not how it works. Those people got lucky. It was time and place and luck. You don't make that, you stupid fucks. You would think, right? Like, you would think after decades of this kind of shit that they would learn, like, yeah, that's not how it works. When you see something like Roblox or something like Minecraft or something like Fortnite, right? Games like that. It wasn't like, this is what we all do now. They got lucky. It was time, place, and fucking dice roll, dude. There was like a one-off fucking luck. Yeah, it sucks for you that you can't also have that and you don't get to have all the money that they have. Boo fucking who. Grow the fuck up and move the fuck on. But that's how these fuckers are. They're like, we want that though. We want all that money too. How can we have the same thing? They're like big fucking dumb babies. And they all they fucking break their studios to try and chase this stupid shit and fall on their fucking face the whole time. And they ruin their fucking brands. They ruin their fucking studios. They shit stain the whole fucking company chasing that dumb shit. And look what it did. Look what it brought them. Nothing. Fucking nothing, dude, but a bunch of failures. Because it's not how it works. Those people got lucky and it was time and place. You get to have like one of those. You can imagine if like the whole industry was a bunch of like free to play fucking trash and that's all everybody was doing and everything was monetized like it was like a gambling machine, like a fucking slot machine. Imagine if that was every fucking game. That's like what Sony was trying to do. Disgusting. The world doesn't want that, right? Like certain individuals, certain companies, they get to have like one. That you get maybe one. There's a place for maybe fucking one. The same thing with World of Warcraft, with MMOs. You get like one, maybe two. The world doesn't want hundreds and thousands of those fucking things. There's a reason why every time somebody chased that, because they're like, but it's making so much money. They failed. They put all their fucking eggs in that basket and tried to make some big MMO, fell in their fucking face. 6 months later, the fucking team was shit canned and you never heard about it again. How many times have you heard about a fucking MMO and then you never hear about it again? Because it's not how it works. It was time, place, luck. And then when they got into that one slot that was available, they stayed there. There aren't more slots, dude. That's not how it fucking works. But they all try to do it because it makes money. And they think they can just fucking force it. And it's not how it works. And Sony did this to such an extreme degree this generation that they basically smeared shit all over their fucking brand and they destroyed so many amazing studios trying to chase this fucking trash. Who the fuck wants that garbage? I can't think of a single fucking human being on the planet that wants that shit. And like there's that Horizon game. Like Horizon, people liked Horizon. And what they do instead of working on a new Horizon game, they tried to make one of those shit fucking free-to-play gambling games that, I don't mean to be rude, but looks like fucking garbage. Nobody wants that fucking trash. That's not what people want from fucking Horizon, dude. And I think they're already talking about like that they're not happy with how it's coming along and they might end up pulling the fucking plug on it. Like, not a surprise. Holy shit. And so, like, what do they got left? They're like, well, our exclusives, like, come back to us. What do you have? Look at this list here. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a few more, but when you look at this list of the games that they're currently, as I said, there could be more. But the games they are currently talking about is like a reason to go to PlayStation and our exclusives. Wolverine, Ghost of Yote and Astrobot. That's like, is that all you got, dude? I know they've got more. Like they've got Naughty Dog and whatever they're going to have coming down the road. Hopefully those guys make it. I'm sure they've had a rough fucking ride this generation. Imagine if Sony didn't fuck them, what they could have done this gen. They probably would have had at least like 2 IPs by now, like 2 new games. If Sony didn't fuck them like they did, they probably would have had a new Last of Us game to cash in while Last of Us was real hot, and they had that fucking TV show. Maybe Last of Us 3 would have come out. They would have had a team working on it instead of that stupid fucking online game that they made them fucking do. That they ended up fucking canceling after years of development. Instead of wasting their fucking time on that garbage, maybe they would have made an actual new Last of Us game that would have come out around the time that the show was still hot. And then the game they're working on now would likely be much farther along in development, if not fucking done, if Sony hadn't fucked them in the ass on that repeatedly. Like Wolverine, dude, is that really like a core fucking IP for your console? Are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. And the Ghost of Yote game, it looks really cool. It looks very impressive, but that is such a specific flavor, dude. That's such a specific flavor of game. That is not going to appeal to a massive audience. I wouldn't think. Honestly, I don't think it would. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me like such a specific flavor of game that I wouldn't consider that like a core IP. It looks really impressive. And Astrobot, again, very specific flavor of game. I don't know a whole lot of people that are hardcore into like old school platformers that are reminiscent of Super Mario Brothers, but look more generic. I think Astrobot's cool, but it has a weird generic look to it. And with the Sony branding all over the fucking place, it rubs me the wrong way. Sony to me is not something that you can celebrate like Nintendo. You can't. They didn't play their cards right. They are not in that position where they can pretend that they're like a Nintendo. You don't get to be like that, Sony. You don't have that. Stop pretending. Remember when they had that fucking fighting game that came out a while back? Remember the fucking roster in that? It was like dog shit. It was like, yeah, you guys don't have you don't have the same IPs. You don't have the same catalog as Nintendo. You don't have the same recognition. Like that roster was dog shit. And all of the cool shit they could have had, they destroyed it all. They've destroyed it over the years. Every time they get something that could be like the really cool mascot-like character, they fucking ruin it. They fire the studio and cancel the game, and you never hear about it again. But yeah, they want you to come back to them because they've got those fucking 3 games that are exclusive currently. That I'll be honest with you, none of those are a reason for me to even consider a PlayStation 6. If PlayStation 6 is like, yeah, but we're going to have a new Wolverine game and a new Ghost of Yote sequel and what was the other one? Astrobot, which, out of the 3, I'd probably prefer Astrobot, but even still, not enough, even close to me to consider a new console. I don't know what the fuck. I honestly don't know what the fuck they could possibly have. Like that Demon Souls remake was fucking cool as hell. That's like an ace up their fucking sleeve. But they lost the studio that's responsible for it. Good job. Great one, guys. I think that was actually, they lost the 2 studios that were responsible, because I want to say that was Blue Point in collaboration with Japan Studio. And Sony got rid of both of them. Thumbs up, team. Great fucking job. Why do you guys still have jobs, by the fucking way? So yeah, they got those exclusives and they're marketing that now. And because yeah, right, they're preparing. They're preparing for the next gen, and that's a slow process, and you got to start somewhere. And you're going to start to hear more talk about exclusive. And they're also copying. Like I said, everybody copies each other. Microsoft's talking about exclusives all of a sudden. And now Sony's doing the same thing. Jesus Christ. I suspect that when that PS6 comes out, they are going to announce some sort of like external disk drive that you can buy separately and plug into the console so that you can play your PS5 games and maybe even PS4 games on the PS6. And they're going to try to spin that in a way to sound appealing to all the people that are so upset about Sony getting rid of physical media. They're going to try to make it sound like, no, we're still supporting it, see? But that's not really what they're doing. It's like, well, I mean, we'll sell you like a $200 legacy device to play your old shit for a little while for the launch. Remember when Sony was supporting PlayStation 2 backwards compatibility with the PS3? Built in, it was the hardware of the PS2 built into the console. And then little by little, as the PS3 generation went on, they started pulling it out of the console until a few years later, there was no PS2 hardware in that console whatsoever. And it no longer was fully backwards compatible with your PS2 library. And they just kind of like pretended they didn't do it and stopped talking about it. Like, expect similar behavior when the PS6 comes out. Expect similar behavior. But anyway, dude, I wanted to mention that little fucking, that exclusivity talk that they've got going on. It's them slowly beginning that process of getting people focused back into their brand because you can't get it anywhere else. And we're no longer going to be putting our games on any other platform. We know we keep completely different language last year about this, but we changed our minds. And now it's you only get it from us on our hardware for a premium ass price. Every option sounds like shit, by the way. Because like I was thinking about this, as a lot of people have. You're either going to be spending like $1,200 to $1,500 on a seriously. You hear people suggesting, theorizing it's going to be at least $1,000 for a PS6. But that's not factoring in a lot of other things. That's not factoring in potentially even a controller. You know? Or the drive, if you're going to, like, one of its features, and this is speculation on my part, because we don't know anything about the PS6, really. But I have a feeling, I believe, there will be some sort of backwards compatibility functionality built into the console, at least for your PS5 and maybe even PS4 library. That's what I feel rather confident that you'll be able to play your PS5 and maybe even PS4 games on the PS6. And if all of your content was digital, then you'll just be able to access it digitally. You'll just have to download it, you know, and use up your limited internet. That's probably about a terabyte per month and would probably be used up in about a week if you started downloading games. And I wouldn't be surprised if they don't put any more than a 1 terabyte drive in the console. So you're going to, I don't know, hold like fucking 3 games on it maybe. So enjoy that. Have a great time doing that. Otherwise, all of your games are probably on discs and they're going to sell you a disc drive. I'll bet you for an additional $200 fucking dollars. That bitch ain't going to be no like $100. I'll bet you that motherfucker is like $200 goddamn dollars. Premium ass price for the disc drive. I'll goddamn bet you they're going to want a lot of money for that disc drive. But it's going to be cool. It's going to have a PlayStation symbol on it. But it probably won't even be colored like it used to. It's going to be it's going to be black. Maybe blue if you're lucky. And it's going to be expensive. Like 200 fucking bucks. And it's going to be just some chintzy like external drive. The sort of thing you could probably buy for your PC for like $19.99 on Amazon. And it's going to let you fucking install your disc games to the console's 1 terabyte fucking, not even a terabyte. It's actually like 850 gigabytes, but they call it a terabyte. It's probably going to use the same drive that's in the launch PS5. I'll bet. Watch. It's going to be the same fucking drive. And they're going to offer that and act like they're doing you a service, but they're going to slowly start to remove that kind of functionality as time goes on. Is my suspicion. But like on launch day, they're going to have that for you. That's a cost. If you want to play your previous games and they're all physical, you're probably going to have to buy some kind of additional external drive that they will likely at least sell in the beginning for probably about $200 fucking dollars. Because it's going to be the new version for the PS6 and it's going to have like a PS6 logo on it. And it's probably like a fucking $5 drive, but they're going to charge $200. I'll bucking bet you, dude, like the consoles, maybe just imagine that, right? It's like $1,000. And then it's like, well, I want to be able to play my PS5 games on it too. Well, add another $200 to get the junk external drive. Now you got a daisy chain shit hanging off of it. And now you want a new PS6 game. It's probably going to be $80, maybe more. They're probably going to charge a little bit more money for the new games. They did it they did it this generation with the PS5. They're probably going to raise the prices even more with the PS6. Add another $100 for one fucking game. And then add tax. You're already at like $1,500 fucking dollars. And who knows what else they're leaving out of the fucking box. And that doesn't even include your fucking PSN subscription that most people are going to want. Because you can't even play a multiplayer game unless you pay for a subscription. You can't do anything. Like, I remember with the Demon Souls remake, you couldn't even like leave like signs on the ground for other players without the moment you tried to do it without a subscription, it like tried to sign you up for the subscription. Like, oh, you don't have this. Here's the page to sign up. It's like, I'm not fucking paying you money every month for me to put a sign on the fucking floor in this game. Get the fuck out of my face. Fuck off. I'm not going to do it then. The fuck out of here. I didn't have to do that when I played the original game on the PS3. It was just like a service they provided. What the fuck is this? Trying to micro monetize the air I breathe? Fuck off. There's going to be a lot of like little hidden costs, I imagine. Little things they're going to take out of the fucking box that you're not going to realize until you get it home and go to hook it up and play it. Like, oh shit, I got to get this. I got to get this. Oh, they didn't put this in the box. There's no HDMI cable. There's no controller. There's no drive. There's no games. And then the service, they might even make that service mandatory for all we know. So like, there's like the scenario of all the shit you got to buy to even use the fucking thing. It's probably going to end up costing at the end of the day, close to $1,500 fucking dollars on a good fucking day. If you're lucky. The other scenario is that you've got to pay for some kind of, like a phone plan. You have to pay like some kind of monthly service fee. I don't know what you would call it. And who knows, like maybe you don't even actually the right way to do it is you sign up for some kind of like premium package. Like, well, you can get a PS5 or a PS6 rather for free if you sign up for like the diamond tier of PSN. You know, maybe it's like $50 a month. I don't know. Whatever the like highest tier is. And you're a premium member. They're probably going to change the name to make it sound cool. You're a PlayStation Underground member. And it's like, oh, cool. You get like special, you get some kind of like special, like an icon next to your fucking avatar so that everybody on the internet knows like, oh, I'm a PlayStation Underground subscriber. Something to make it feel like I'm special. And it's probably going to be expensive, like $50 a month. It may be like with something like that and you get a PS6 as part of that. You sign up, but you have to sign up for like 2 years or something. Whatever it is. Maybe it's more money than that. Maybe it's even more. Maybe it's $100 a month. I don't know. But you sign up for this premium package and get a PS6. That's the right way to do it, but it probably won't be like that. It'll probably be you sign up for the fucking premium package and get like $200 off the PS6. It's probably going to be some scummy shit like that. You know, like with phones, I don't even know what they do anymore because I haven't bought a new phone in a long time. In like 7 years. But years ago, I remember going to a Best Buy and I just got like a brand new fucking modern high-end like Note 4. Like I got a modern ass fucking $1,000 phone for free by just signing up for internet. I'm just like, yeah, I sign up for 2 years and I get this fucking phone. I don't know if they do that anymore. Maybe they do it with like the lower end cheap phones, but like I remember back in the day, it was like the premium ass phone. You got that by signing up for like a 2-year contract. And I feel like that's what Sony would have to do for it to even make sense to most people. Like you'd have to get the damn console for signing up. If it's just like a couple $100 off, it's like, well, instead of $1,000, it's $699, and you're spending like $80 a month for their premium. I feel like it's going to be one or the other. You're either going to pay like $1,500 out of pocket, or you're going to pay like $699 and be signing up for a really bad deal for like 2 years on top of that. And then if you cancel it at any time in that 2 years, you owe them the few $100s that you saved on the PS6. This could be some scumbag shit like that, I feel like. Hopefully they prove me wrong. I feel like I've gotten like, I have experience. I see how people, like these companies fucking treat people and how they act as long as they can get away with it. I'm not feeling extremely positive about it. And on the one hand, you look at it like, well, what are they supposed to do? Dude, I don't make excuses for companies like this. They're all kind of in this together at the end of the day. And it's their job to figure that out, not mine. The fuck? Or yours. It has to be compelling. It's like favorite word of the generation. Compelling. Like, what's going to be compelling about that thing? I am excited at the very least. Like, I want to see what it is that makes that thing look fucking worth having a new console for. Because like right now, it's like, dude, the PS5, especially the PS5 Pro, which I don't have. I feel like what would you need beyond a PS5 Pro currently with modern games? As you're looking at games in the future, like, yeah, the PS5 Pro probably won't be enough. When you look at some of those games on the horizon, if you want to really, if you play PC games and you see what they look like with the graphic settings like maxed out, it is quite a bit better than on any of the consoles. Seeing something even like Cyberpunk 2077 with path traced lighting and all the visual sliders maxed out is like fucking amazing to see. But that's modern features tacked on to an old as fuck engine. That's a PS4 game under the hood, and it looks like one. You can see it right away when you look around the levels and you see the geometry. It looks like a fucking PS4 game, but with like really impressive lighting. And on PC, you know, you can have much higher quality anti-aliasing and textures and everything, and draw distance. But overall, it still looks pretty dated. And so to see that same kind of visual fidelity, but on a modern engine, like you're probably, even with the PS5 Pro, it's probably not quite going to be good enough. I don't know though. Like, I haven't really seen any game announcements currently where I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I'm trying to think of any that I have seen where I thought, dude, like, okay, you know what? There's one, and I mentioned this in one of my other videos. I think this is like one of the first next gen games. They just didn't say it. Stellar Blade 2. I think that's probably the first next gen game we're seeing. And I suppose probably that Black Myth Wukong game, or whatever they're calling it, the sequel to Black Myth Wukong. I didn't actually watch that. I might check it out at some point. I never played the first game. I don't know. I typically am into stuff like that. I've never been interested in it. I don't know why. I imagine that's also going to be a next gen game. But the Stellar Blade sequel is probably a PS6 and PC game. And you probably can't play that game on a PS5, is my guess. Maybe they will have, because like a lot of people have been talking about this, that like this is going to be like one of the longest like cross-gen moments. I don't know what the fuck you call it. The cross-gen time frame is going to be like the longest it's ever been between like the PS5 and the PS6, essentially. And if that's true, then you're going to have to support the PS5 for years and years to come. I mean, we still see PS4 games from time to time. And until just very recently, that was still most of the modern games were also on PS4. A lot of Capcom's games until very recently with Resident Evil 9 and Pragmata. And I think Dragon's Dogma too. But like even their previous what do they call them? Resident Evil games that were primarily like, you know, these look really good on PS5, but they're also on PS4. You know, obviously like Atlus's games, those were always cross-gen. A lot of the games are cross-gen, Sega's games. But it's like, and it's been kind of hurting the medium because we're no longer seeing this like push for like something new and impressive. It's like, yeah, that looks like the thing I've been seeing the last 20 fucking years. Another one. No thanks. I'm ready for something new, dude. And if we're going to see that go on even longer, like what the fuck are they going to have then to like really impress us and make that thing seem worthwhile other than, well, the lighting looks a little better. The frame rate's a little better. Like, that ain't going to be fucking good enough. It better be more than that. Sure as fucking hell better be more than that. Are you kidding me? That's the kind of thing you can get away with when it's like a Pro. The PS5 Pro, it looks a little better. But like the PS6, dude, that bitch better look a fuck ton better. Especially when you're going to want like $1,000+ fucking dollars for it. A fuck ton better is what it better look like. You know, like Demon's Souls remake still looks better than most fucking modern games. It's crazy. I don't even think there's any ray traced lighting in that game. It's a pretty scaled back game. It was a launch game on the PS5. It's an exclusive. They didn't mention that in their little fucking statement about exclusives. They probably didn't want any like backlash. Well, you fired the guys that made it. Fuck you, Sony. Like, because that's probably what they're afraid of. Just don't mention it anymore. But that game's still fucking awesome. Still looks really good. You know, like something of like that caliber, but like to the next level. Scaled back games, like that's an example. Like you think not Dragon's Dogma. You think that Demon's Souls remake was like hundreds of millions of dollars? I doubt it. I couldn't tell you exactly how much, but I don't think that's like AAA, like took like fucking $250 million to make that. More games like that, guys. What the fuck? Seriously. Look at it. Like it's obvious. Like you don't need like a Naughty Dog game. You don't need it to be like Horizon Forbidden West. It doesn't need to be like that. It doesn't need to be like The Witcher. It doesn't need to be like, yeah, well, it's going to take us 10 years and we need to get Hollywood involved and we need to pay all these Hollywood actors and we've got to have all this motion capture. It's like you can scale it back a little then. What the fuck? You look at something like Demon's Souls remake and it's just a remake of a PS3 game that looks way better and is really solid and is still I would say one of the best PS5 fucking games on the market, on the hardware. One of the best games of the generation. And imagine if they'd just done more of that. Imagine if we got like I know they did it already in the PS4, so maybe it wouldn't make sense, but like a Demon's Souls remake like that. And a lot of people wanted to see a remake of Bloodborne. I think the reason, right, is that From Software is like, I want to say From Software was even like pissed off that they did the Demon's Souls remake. And it's like, well, if you guys fucking did it, then we wouldn't have to. But your games always look and run like shit, and it takes you too long to fucking make them. So we did it. And it's awesome, and it looks amazing, and people love it. They should be partners more often. And I say that somewhat jokingly. You know, From Software, it's like it's their game, and it's their vision, and they created it, and they've got their own style, their own jank, and whatever, but like, let's be honest, man, it's been taking them, and what have they released in this generation? Like one fucking game that was cross-gen? It's taken them a long, long, long fucking time. And like Elden Ring looks good, but it also looks like a fucking old as fuck game, dude. It's a PS4 game that has a port on the PS5. Like that's not good enough. That doesn't warrant a new console purchase. And it doesn't need to be one of their games. It can be something else. But games that are scaled back like Demon's Souls, like that game's not huge. It's just the way that it's designed makes it feel bigger than it is. And part of that's the challenge, because it takes you like fucking 2 weeks to get through one fucking area. Not everybody can do it like that. It's a very specific flavor, and not everybody's capable of making it work. Anyway, scaled like From Software's games, when you really look at them fundamentally, they're designed like games used to be designed, like in the 80s or in the 90s. That's sort of like their design philosophy. It's like they're making those types of old games that you would have had on PC, on the Nintendo, maybe on like the Sega Genesis or something. They're still making that kind of game, but in a 3D engine. That's about it. And it's like not that hard. I don't mean like hard to do it, but I mean like it's like a formula, a known formula that works, that's been used and copied for generations. That's really all they're doing. They're taking the same sort of concepts and formulas that games used to use in the 80s and 90s, and they're still doing it in a modern 3D engine. And in the lore, it's something that you used to kind of get in those games as well. It's not really that new either. Maybe there's a little more of it. There's a little more like flavor to it. But when you look back at games that came out for the NES, and for people like myself that grew up playing that stuff, and when you played a game like Milan's Secret Castle, it was so mysterious. You could just feel it. You could perceive there's so much going on here in this world that I don't know about. You could perceive it when you played Castlevania, Simon's Quest. There's so much going on in this world that I don't know about, but you're perceiving it. You're picking up on it as you play the game. There's like a story unfolding without it saying it to you outright. Games used to have that baked into them, and From Software still does that. Nobody else is doing it. Everyone else is like reading it to you like a stupid child out of a kid's book the whole fucking time. Like you're fucking dumb and you're 2. And nobody's going to talk about those games like they're amazing 10 years from now. Because it's a stupid kids game, essentially. But you look like From Software's games hold up. They're classics. People love those fucking things. Some people do. Some people hate them. It's I've gone back and forth on it. 'Cause sometimes they're too challenging, dude. Fuck off. But essentially what I'm getting at is that they're taking that old school formula and they're just still doing it. If you look at what they did on the PS1, I want to say that's what they started on, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. Maybe they started earlier than that and I just don't know about it. But I know they did a lot of PS1 games. That's when I first heard about them. They're basically just doing the same exact thing that they did, but with some better tools and maybe some more skilled people. They're like the same exact fucking games. If you look at the Kingsfield games, for example, or the Armored Core games, for example, they're doing the same exact shit, just a little more competently each time. They didn't give up. It's like the fucking tortoise that wins the race. They're like, no, I'm gonna get it right next time. And it's like, dude, you've been doing this for 30 fucking years. The industry has moved on, dude. Nobody's gonna want to play that game. It looks bad and it's hard. And it's like, dude, everybody loves it. And it's probably partially because they're one of the few people that's still doing it. So it's got a unique flavor and they're good at it. But like what I'm trying to get at is that they're using a formula, like a known formula that's old school. And I feel like that's kind of what's missing. When you see games pull it off, oftentimes nowadays, it's an indie game that looks like shit. Well, some of these really popular indie games that take off look like dog shit, but they're using old formulas combined with, I don't know, some of them, they just make them really easy, I guess. I don't know. I don't play a lot of those. But you can look back at those old formulas of like NES games and arcade games and like Genesis games and just make new versions of those with really nice graphics. It would be a lot cheaper, and I think people would be into that shit. Maybe we go through like a sort of an era or a generation of that being the thing for a while. And then maybe we move out of it because it gets overdone. But I'd love to see some more of that done with a big budget and a lot of talent. You know, imagine some of these, and we're just like, we've just moved on now to like, I don't really have any other topics here to talk about. I'm going to end this soon, I think. But imagine some of these older styled games that people are still really fond of. At least they pretend to be. From the 80s and 90s. And essentially reimagining them with modern visuals. I think it could be fucking cool as hell. And it would be cheaper. That's a way to save development time and money. You know? It doesn't need to have a fucking whole cast of Hollywood actors and actresses in it. And like fucking 30 hours of motion capture and cutscenes. It doesn't need all that dumb shit. Very specific scenarios and situations where that makes sense. But like I said, people copy each other and they all jump on the same fucking trend. And then they sink their fucking business or the studio doing it. Look what From Software is doing. I'm just using them as an example because there's a handful of companies like this. From Software, they've been very successful. There's no way in fucking hell their games are anywhere near the same kind of budget that basically the rest of the industry has been chasing. And their games are very respected and appreciated. They sell well. Another company that pulls this off and their games look really dated is Falcom. Falcom, I want to say I've heard more than once that Falcom is like never in the red, that they are always successful. They are always making money. Every year they're doing better, they're growing. And they've been basically just remaking and and making sequels to basically the same formula they've been using since the fucking 80s with their old ass fucking PC games. They're still doing the same thing. They upgrade the tech little by little, incrementally, a little bit. But they still, when you look at Falcom's games, like most of them, well, pretty much all of them, they still look really fucking dated as fuck. You're like, well, for a Falcom game, it looks good. But compared to like other games on the market, they look kind of like shit. But the gameplay is super solid. They're fun games. They remind you of like, this is what games used to be. This is what good games are, you know, and they're very successful and people love the games. What I'm getting at is like this kind of proves that there's a place for that style of game, that style works. And it would be nice to see, like, imagine seeing something like a From Software or a Falcom game just done with a little more bigger budget and more resources. Really nice graphics. Like, it's hard to imagine, but From Software's games don't look that bad. But compared to like that Demon Souls remake, dude, looks so much better than any of their games. I know some people didn't like it because it looks too good. Shut the fuck up. The fuck. The game was awesome. And it had a ton of fucking atmosphere. It felt so fucking dire. It felt so fucking like bitter and miserable in that world. And it looked gorgeous because like they got the fidelity and the lighting. It didn't look beautiful like it was too colorful. I think that was, some people complained it was like too colorful or something. It's like, I don't know. You play it on a black and white TV then. What the fuck? Turn your color all the way down in the fucking TV's menu. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking fuck, dude. You got the power in your hands. Grab your TV remote control and start turning the color down until you're happy with it. If that's your problem. It's too colorful. Meanwhile, they're playing it on like a fucking $2,000 OLED because they want to have really colorful games. And then they're going to shit talk that game. I fucking, what the fuck? But what I'm getting at, again, is that there's a place, I think, for these like more retro styled games, but just with like a fresh coat of paint. Modern tech, modern assets, but it essentially at its core, it's an old school kind of game. It has to be well made. It has to have tight controls and a solid frame rate. And it has to feel authentic. And it's not going to cost nearly as much money as some of these big fucking wastes of money that come out. That nobody gives, by the way, nobody gives a fucking fuck about like 6 months after it comes out. They're not classics that stand the test of time. They're just money sinks. But games that are like old school game design, like it's classic. It's fucking holds the fuck up. It does. I'd love to see some of that stuff. You know, I don't know if Microsoft owns this. I don't know who owns it. Like a Togi, maybe a new Togi game would be cool with like modern high-end visuals. But like at the end of the day, it's just kind of a arcade style. It's like a From Software game that feels maybe a little bit more arcadey because you can kind of jump and fly around and you have some powers. So you feel a little more overpowered than you would walking around with nothing but like a fucking wooden stick and a broken shield. Anyway, it's getting late. I didn't expect to go on this long, honestly. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I really wanted to do something. I wanted to make some kind of video. I wanted to talk about some shit. And I wanted to mention that I'm probably going to be, almost certainly going to be transitioning to a different platform that I would feel more comfortable putting my content on. And like I said, I like the idea of content it's not forever content. You do something live like this right here. I would be doing this and it would be live. And then when I fucking stop streaming it, it's fucking gone. Maybe it's around for a few hours or a couple of days and then it's gone. You know, for people that might have missed it at the very exact moment, maybe they can watch it later that day or the next day, but then by the end of the week or something, it's gone. I like the idea of that. And then it's like, there's always something fresh and new. And I can go back to ideas and games and it's fresh again. It's like, yeah, but you already did that 10 times. And it's like, it won't feel like that because there will be no record of it. And in my mind, it's like, well, I want to do it again. I feel like I'm ready again. It feels fresh again to me. You know, because that's how I play games sometimes. I'll revisit something. But if there's like a record of it, I already played through the game 10 fucking times. Like, it kind of diminishes that a little. I like the idea of it. Like, it's always fresh and new. And I just like have an idea and I can just do it. Some one-off thing. Like, oh, I just want to talk about some shit today. And then later that day or the next day, we play a game I want to check out. You know, I've been looking at some of my stuff. And like, I've been doing a lot of stuff in here in my little studio on the PC because it seems to work better in here. And it's a place where I can do this for a longer period of time. The setup I have in here, it works much, much better. But I've been looking around and I'm like, dude, I'm starting to miss again some of my retro stuff. Like, I like the idea of turning on the CRT and turning on the PlayStation or the Saturn or even the Super Nintendo. I wish my goddamn Sega CDX worked. That's the one I really want to use. And play some of that real, authentic hardware and software that I own. I guess you could technically say some of that software is also hardware because it's physical, like a cartridge. But like, you know what I mean? Having those real games and that real console and that real TV and sitting there and playing it with I'm hoping on a platform like Twitch, there would be interest in something like that. People on YouTube don't fucking care about stuff like that. They want those pre-made fake ass fucking videos that gives you that's someone reading a script and giving you like the history of something. That way they don't have to actually learn anything on their own. People like the documentary style of like consuming information. I don't. Get away from me with that. I'm just not into it. On platforms like Twitch, there's more of like, from what I've seen, there's more of a community of people that would just be interested in hanging out with you, doing that sort of activity together. We're going to sit down and play this real fucking retro game on a CRT or emulation or playing a PC, whatever. And just chilling like in my room here, doing this thing while we talk. And that's the other thing, is having a sort of a social interaction of some kind where people might ask a question or add in their own 2 cents. Some people might even have like a request. You know, I've watched some other people, like there's somebody I like to watch occasionally on Twitch, and they play what they want to play. They do not take requests, and they're very vocal. I do not take fucking requests. And it's just how they are. They've decided that like they don't want to get into this situation where there's like people arguing, you know, but I wanted to see this one. That's not fair. So they've just decided like, we don't take requests. I play the things I want to play, the end. That's like, they kind of made this like hard rule, like they drew a line in the sand or whatever. I would be more open and willing to like, you know, what, like if someone asked me what games I had, it just as an example, like on the PS1, and I would list off like, well, I have this one and this one and this one. Like maybe I even show like a picture or something. Oh, dude, like, you know, whatever, they want to see a certain game. Maybe I could have some kind of like vote, possibly. Or just, well, that person wanted to see it. let's check it out and see how that goes. Either that, or maybe it gets to the point where there's too many, like, people asking for too many different things, and it's like, well, we'll vote on it. But I wouldn't be opposed to that kind of idea, unless it's a game I really can't stand. and it might even be like, well, I will play it, and we'll see how far I get. But I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really like this game. I guess we can see how I feel about it here. You know, I have a decent collection for various platforms, and I think it would be cool to share some of that stuff before it doesn't work anymore, or, you know, like, I no longer have the ability to do it. There's like less and less of that stuff every fucking day for various reasons in the world. And, you know, we get farther and farther away from that sort of world where that used to be commonplace. You never would have thought 20 or 30 years ago, you never would have thought, like, oh, well, someday we won't go to the store and buy games. Like, you're going to sit on your couch and go to a fucking menu, and it'll just be a download. At least I didn't. I'm sure some people thought of it, but I didn't. I didn't have the internet back then. It wasn't even a concept I could imagine. I imagine for some people, like, maybe I had friends that had a computer with the internet in the 90s, and they would download stuff. That wasn't something I had experience with, but it was always like, you go to the store, it's like a library of fucking games for all different platforms. And it felt like fucking magical, dude. Just so many cool fucking games everywhere. And it's like, what's this? And it's like, for every fucking console and every platform, there was all this different stuff, different flavors. Nintendo had different flavors than PlayStation, and Sega had a different kind of flavor than the other two. And then there was the Game Boy stuff, and the Game Boy Color, and the Wonder Swan stuff, and then like GBA. And it was like all these different categories and flavors. When you had these dedicated handhelds, it was like a completely different kind of games for the handhelds than for the consoles. Like, now they've lost that. Nintendo doesn't have that anymore. Having some download stuff or some cheaper games that are kind of reminiscent to it doesn't fucking count. It's not the same. You lost it. It's gone. You ruined it, Nintendo. You can't have your cake and eat it too, is the saying. You got out of making dedicated, small, affordable handhelds with special dedicated handheld games. So when you occasionally have a game on your platform that feels kind of like that, in my eyes, it doesn't fucking count. I'm never going to engage with one of those because it's not the same. When you have a dedicated handheld like a GBA, SP, something like that, fucking Wonder Swan Color, Neo Geo Pocket Color, those games were very specifically designed for that exact piece of hardware. And they looked and felt unique, and they made sense on that piece of hardware. And you knew what you were getting if you went over to the fucking Game Boy aisle and you shopped for Game Boy games, versus if you went over to the Sega Genesis aisle and shopped for Sega Genesis. You knew you were getting a completely different experience, but it was still going to be pretty fucking cool if you could find a good one. Or, a few years later, you knew it was going to be a different experience getting a Nintendo DS game versus getting like I was going to say a Wii game. I don't even want to talk about that thing. If you're getting like a fucking, I don't know, like a PS3 game versus like a DS game, completely different part of the spectrum. Both could have some really cool shit on them. There's some awesome fucking DS games, some awesome 3DS games, GBA games. And we don't get that kind of thing anymore. You don't go anymore to the store and see that awesome fucking diversity of different styles and technologies and consoles and games. And they all have their own unique boxes, different styles of box. Like every console had their own box style. Now when you go to the store, dude, they all look like cheap disposable dollar store DVD cases. But years ago, right? The PS1 Jewel cases looked a hell of a lot different than a Sega Saturn jewel case. And in both of those, like, looked a hell of a lot different than an N64 paper shit case. And those all looked a lot different than like a Game Boy box, or a few years later when they had like the DS boxes or GBA box. Like every box looked different and unique and had its own different material and art style and packaging style. And the cartridge looked different versus like the disc or like the mini disc with the GameCube. It was all this interesting, unique diversity. And just now it's just kind of all homogenized. None of it looks different or unique or interesting. It all looks like throwaway, disposable dollar store shit. It's too bad. And I've recently been getting interested again, and like, man, I kind of want to do something with some of my retro stuff soon. If I could somehow make it work. That's the biggest issue I have. I thought, well, maybe if I'm streaming on Twitch, because on Twitch, just inherently because of the streaming limitations of the platform, the visual fidelity is going to be much lower. The bitrate is so fucking low that it's going to look kind of pixelated and grungy and blurry. And well, if everything's going to look kind of like shit anyway, maybe it makes more sense to try some different stuff again, because I won't even have the option for like nice, clean, sharp, high fidelity video. It's going to look like trash. Like, you know, we could try our capture card again and to play PS5 games, or maybe even Wii U, because I have a Wii U hooked up in the living room, and go in my bedroom and play some of the retro stuff on my CRT. I'm not sure a good way to do that. I'd have to experiment with it, and I'd have to see if there was actually interest in it. I'm feel like maybe there would be, because like there's some people that I watch that do that exact thing. They have a better camera than I have. Their camera synchronizes with the TV's refresh rate, and mine doesn't. Not perfectly. Otherwise, like, I could do that and maybe it would be acceptable. And it's the kind of thing you can't get anymore. It's the sort of thing that's like lost technology. It's like an artifact of the past that's kind of not really possible. Like, I like the idea of emulation because you can get a higher quality. I can get a higher quality capture of the video with emulation. And it's so much easier to do it. When I'm trying to get my camera set up to film the TV, it never fucking works well. It looks like shit every time. And it causes issues because of what is it called? Because of like the way the TV looks. It's like too much detail, it's too much information for the camera. And so you get all of this moire on the screen, and it causes the encoder, I think it's called, to like choke, and it can't process the image properly because it's so complex looking to it, just due to the inherent nature of the screen of the CRT. Whereas if I'm emulating and I'm just capturing the screen on my computer, it doesn't have that problem, and it'll look cleaner, and I can do it much easier in here, and I can have every single fucking console I want to play right here. So I've thought about trying that maybe at first, but if there's people that are like really interested and, well, yeah, but I want to like relive the experience of the real thing. Maybe it's something we do on occasion. Maybe it becomes like, maybe I come up with a schedule. Maybe it's like on Fridays or something. We have a retro day where we hang out in my room and play actual retro hardware. Otherwise I do other things in here. I have all these ideas that I want to do, and I'm being pulled in all these directions. I can't figure out how to fucking focus in on one. You know, like there's another site that I want to do, and I don't even know how fucking picky YouTube is about saying certain words. But there's a site that will host adult content. I'll put it that way, that you can stream on, And I could stream games on there that have adult content in them without having to worry about it. I could just do that. I thought about is having that as another place where I could have content, because I have some games that have adult content in them, and on this other platform, I could stream them on there and maybe have a community of people into that stuff, and I wouldn't have to worry about it. It's totally allowed there. But it is so hard to get set up there to get content on the site that I spent like a fucking half of a week trying to do it. And it's like all of these roadblocks prevented me from doing it. Yeah. Again, I don't want to even say the name of the site because I don't know how fucking picky YouTube is about that stuff. They might just immediately block my video if I even say it. So I'm not going to, but I was like, I created the account. I created all this art for it and profile information. I got verified, which was a fucking hurdle, dude. I had to do so much shit to get verified. I had to send them photos of me taking photos, holding my ID. I had to take photos of my ID. They had to go through and do checks on me to make sure I was real and background checks to be verified to even have an account there. And I passed it. I got verified. And it's I can now do it, except I can't, because to stream, which is what I want to do, to stream on this site that I don't want to say, you have to also have a certain amount of followers before the option becomes available to stream. And I'm like, well, how the fuck do I do that? How do I get a bunch of followers first before I can put fucking content up? And what you have to do is you have to create a bunch of social media accounts and then you have to market on there and get a bunch of followers on there that are then willing to click on links to follow you somewhere else. It's so much shit and so many fucking hurdles before I can actually get the option to stream. But I'm working on it because I at least got verified. I like the idea of I have Twitch where I can stream, have live shows where we do what I'm doing now. We play games, maybe some of my music stuff. And then on this other platform, I could stream some of the games that I literally can't stream on other sites because they would get banned. Games that have adult content, because I have games that I bought off Steam that are fully uncensored, shockingly uncensored, where it's wow. There's this one game I was playing. I don't remember the name of it now, but I was dude, I didn't know this sort of uncensored visuals had come this far. That looks real good. I didn't know that we had simulated that so well. Wow. I played some games like this 15 plus years ago, and they didn't look very good, but that is impressive. And there's this fucking game on Steam, and I don't even know if I should say the name of it because I don't know how YouTube is, but there's this game. It's a legit open world RPG that's kind of reminiscent of a Dragon Age game in Unreal Engine 5. It is for what it is shockingly impressive. Has fucking quests, has equipment, has combat. It just also happens to have adult content in it if you want to participate in it. And some of it's kind of silly. This is dumb. But it's also really raw. It's completely uncensored. Shockingly so. And I thought, dude, I feel like it would be cool to be able to play games like that somewhere, in a space where I could potentially have other people interested in it, just like I would on here or I would on Twitch. And I loved the idea of a platform that's we allow that stuff and the language too. Basically say whatever you want. To me, it was my initial plan. I'm going to put all my content there because I can just be myself, say whatever the fuck I want. I don't have to worry about how YouTube is constantly blocking my videos and giving me trouble because like, oh, that's inappropriate content. And I'm like, on this other platform, that wouldn't happen. I could basically do and say whatever the fuck I want. And I can even have adult content on there. That sounds perfect. But they put so many fucking hurdles in place that you have to get over first, that it is like, you know what, that's going to have to be on the back burner while I work on other shit. And also maybe it wouldn't make sense there. Maybe the most of the people on this other platform would be more interested in different types of content. But because it's a potentially like primarily a streaming platform eventually, like there's always going to be a niche community that's into certain things, you know? They might just be into something more like that than just you know, I feel like people often, they get sick of the same type of content when they're going somewhere for something, and it's like always the same exact shit from everybody. They're like, dude, none of this is what I want. None of this is working. I'm so sick of this. And they start to look for something different. And sometimes that's how you get lucky. Like you stand out. You get like a little niche audience. So I'm going to be working on different platforms and different content here. And I will probably be kind of phasing this out because this doesn't seem like the right platform for what I want to do. I want to do like what I'm doing right now, live with people that are interested in it. And on this platform, dude, nobody gives a shit about what I do because I'm not doing what most people are doing. I'm not doing long form documentaries. Not what I'm interested in. I'm not doing scripted videos, and I'm not using like AI, like beautifying filters. You know what I mean? I'm not doing all this stupid shit. I don't have like dumbass pop-ups on my screen the whole time with sound effects. You know, like there's people I used to like, people that I kind of respected, and like they have their content on YouTube, and it's that standard like social media style, YouTube style like trash, where it's like little boxes and icons and little clips popping up on the screen going bloop, 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 and then stupid fucking zoom ins on their face, and they're reading from a script the whole time, and it's so fucking repulsive to me. And I'm like, yeah, this is the wrong platform. This isn't what I want to do. I want like a live show where we're just hanging out and chilling and playing games and talking and doing other stuff. And this is the wrong place for that, obviously. But now that I've kind of gotten, you know, my feet wet with it, I think I'm ready to do it somewhere else that makes more sense. But until then, goodbye.